just stand tall and look the other way. Make my mistakes right. I'm not afraid of change. I'm not alone, not cast in stones. I wanna feel the wind blowing. Not here to survive. I wanna play to win. They'll wonder why fly high and how I learned to begin again, feel alive. When I'm gone, they'll know my name, they'll know my name. Time is on my side. I won't be remembered in this life as a criminal, a criminal, a criminal. Gotta let it go.
World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable Auto Pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Ratto Boy goes down. The nade through the backline. He finds 1 minute shot.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! Oh, he goes on to do it.
The last day of league stage is upon us. The PMSL EMEA will be drawing our final 16 Titans to take on each other in the finals. It's going to be a battle of the ages. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we've still got 6 matches to go before we can lock in our top 16.
Yeah, dude, it's gonna be a little bit of a slog today for some of these teams. Our socials, you can find them underneath there, PUBG Mobile Europe Official, over at YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, respectively. And like you said, we do only have 1 more day left. Then we're taking our little break before the finals. But we still have to get through this last day for these teams to make it into that top 16 with those league ranking points. Got there eventually. But yeah, excited. Let's take a look at the overalls.
And this is, of course, how they earn more league ranking points. Based on this week's placements, they will be earning between 20 and 1 league ranking point. 20 at the top, 1 at the bottom. Virtus.pro currently set to take that 20 in 207 points that they've earned. Right now, only RCB really within striking distance of them so far today. S2G, even though they have still got more matches to play, they are over 70 points behind. And even just getting 70 points is a monumental feat in a single day. Getting it whilst Virtus.pro also gets 0 is basically just not going to happen. So Virtus.pro guaranteed to be at least top 2 and very likely in that top spot.
Yeah, for RCB, it is a little bit of a crazy jump up for them, but I reckon they can do it with how they were playing yesterday, that's for sure. Zeus down here, 18 matches left to play here on 112 points, a team that has been improving significantly as the tournament has been going on. So I'd be pleased to see them get further up the tables with 82 elimination points as well. They have been pumping.
Absolutely. Taking on the rest of the lobby, Zeus has been doing fairly well. Heroic seems like a team to me that just has these ups and downs, and it is fairly unfortunate, really, that they haven't been able to rise as high. And it's sort of a similar situation to the scoreline on Zeus, right? 60 eliminations, definitely very focused over into that aspect of their gameplay. Unfortunately, they just aren't quite backing it up by getting consistent points on the board. When they're good, they're fantastic, but when they're not, there's that drop-off.
Yeah, which is not really what you want to see here. For Heroic, again, 84 points, not too bad, but I do want to see more out of them. More than just Walsh, really. Although there have been some pretty good standout performances from some of the other players as well. Let's take a look at our league ranking points, which I think are now ordered by totals of league ranking points. Yes, they are. Oh, you tricked me. But yeah, they are correct here. 77 right at the top. That is a surprising team to see there. Remember, this is as if we were to end the tournament right now. So there actually is no chance for Virtus.pro to get into second or third. They literally cannot get more than 20 points. But for Na'Vi and 77, wowzers. I mean, I think that these are 2 teams I didn't expect to see up here. And for Team Spirit down with 40 points in 8th place. It's definitely a jump up considering they only have 3 points in their week 1. But this is as far as they'll go as well. So it's some of these teams underneath them with a chance to jump over Team Spirit.
Yeah, and of course, these are still technically projected league ranking points. This is as they would sit should week 3 close right now. So there is an opportunity for 77 to maybe drop some of those points, drop some placements down, and allow Virtus.pro a little cheeky window there. But it just goes to show you the value of consistency across all of our weeks. 77 not winning any of our weeks so far and looking very strong to take it home. Right now, I believe they're currently sat in 3rd with 33 guaranteed league ranking points. Na'Vi are still ahead, and and they do still have a day to try and catch up. Right now, the grayed out teams at the bottom of the table would currently be the teams that would go down and not make it to those finals, because of course qualification is based on those league ranking points. Trovo 2030 with 16 points. That is going to be fairly difficult for teams like Footballers Chaos to make it through with. Guild, I thought they had much fewer points than that on the league rankings for week 2. I thought they finished in last, so I'm not too sure if that needs some adjustment there. We'll have to double check on these tables.
Yeah, because they had 1-1, but to be fair, it is correct. So 11 is still correct. It's just the 4 that is incorrect there.
That's true.
Yeah. So that we get there in the end to the right number, just in a weird way. However, for Guild, done. They're done now. Yeah.
Done
so they finished yesterday. They ended their run. Here are PMGC points. So teams that will be making it to PMGC through PMGC points will be through their respective regions, through EU, Turkey, as well as MEA. Right now, Team Spirit would be going through for EU. Not only that, but taking the #1 spot currently. So very, very well done to them. And right now, it is, in fact, Brute Force who would be taking the PMGC spot. I actually don't think it's possible for RCB to catch them up.
I think Brute Force are currently in the lead for MEA right now on PMGC points, which means that it could... I think Virtus Pro still are technically in the lead because they are fighting, I believe, in the same region as Team Spirit.
Yeah, so it would be RCB.
No, it'd still be Virtus Pro because Team Spirit would get that first qualification spot from Europe. IWNRX take it for Turkey. Brute Force get MEA, and then Virtus Pro is the next highest placed team that isn't one of those 3. So even though they're ahead of Brute Force are already fine, and Team Spirit are ahead of them. So it should still be Virtus Pro, and they've done an excellent job of defending that spot as well, which is great news for the roster.
Let's take a look at our schedule here for what we've got going on today. So we will have Sandhawk into Erangel, Miramar, and Miramar with TDM sandwich in the middle. I don't know if it's possible, Christoph, if we can pull up those PMGC points again real quick before we head into game. But here are our groups. You got Group A down towards the bottom who are sitting out. These are all the teams that have finished their running. It's Power, Team Spirit, Guild, as well as IWNRX.
Yeah, they are not going to be playing on today. So Virtus Pro do have 4 games in hand, but I believe currently they're sat a little bit behind Team Spirit. There is still the full finals to play as well for those PMGC points, so those points will be added in to the mix. So there is still a little bit of volatility there. But yeah, it's definitely, as it stands, Team Spirit in the lead for Europe, Brute Force in the lead for MEA. Turkey has IWNRX, so it would be Virtus Pro, who are second place in Europe right now behind Team Spirit, as you can see on these standings, who are going to be taking, as it would sit right now, taking that qualification spot from this table, from those PMGC points directly. RCB would need to catch up, which currently they're over 100 points behind.
Yeah, so a lot of this is most likely going to change in the finals, because I think our top 4 is locked in currently, right now. I don't think it will change even at the end of today between Team Spirit, IWNRX, Virtus Pro, and Brute Force. So likely a lot of the big switch-ups are going to come through in the finals, which will be coming next week. So that'll be the big one. Thank you very much, Christoph, for bringing that back up for us. I appreciate you. But yeah, looking at Na'Vi here, unleashing the beast, hopefully today, get a little bit further up the tables. I think Na'Vi's had, honestly, I haven't had too many complaints about Na'Vi. I'm not going to lie. I think they're actually one of the few teams that has escaped my evil gaze, honestly. So
I've not drawn your ire.
Yeah, I think it's a case of, like, if I'm not talking about them too much, you know they're doing kind of good.
Unless they're doing incredibly well, in which case we are talking about them. So like Team Spirit or Na'Vi back in week 1. We didn't really touch on them. I mean, we sort of brought it up a few times that Na'Vi wasn't playing up to the standard of week 1, but they have kept it consistent, which is really, really great to see. With our Infinix GT20 Pros, they're featuring their dual chipset and 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals here at the PMSL EMEA 2024 full season. Very glad to have them on board. But Na'Vi, because of that consistency, have managed to currently earn the most league ranking points, right? They have 36 locked in. Fireflux are behind them on 34. And right now, Fireflux are on a bit of a cliff drop-off in terms of their earnings. to see what they're going to be able to get done in the final day today.
Here's our Sandhawk top 5 teams. Currently, IWRX leading after their win yesterday. Na'Vi with 5 average eliminations and 4 average placement points. The highest by a large margin as well. I mean, 1 point on an average table is quite a damn lot, considering these are our top 5 teams. And really, everyone is sitting around the 2.5 to 3. So that's where they've been juicing a lot of their points. And again, if you can be the masters of Sandhawk, it really does improve your point scoring, playing one every day. That's one of the hardest maps to not have too much volatility on. And I do think that they've held down the ruins very, very well on that map. But looks like we're getting underway with map 1 of the day. It will be Sandhawk, and it is the 16 teams' last chance to put up some points in the league stage.
They only got 6 shots in the chamber. Ready to go, locked and loaded as the plane path goes from Kampong over to Tam Bang on the west. And we're a little bit south, but again, should be just fine here. Are we going to get another northwest circle? Are Twisted Minds going to hold the top of the mountain this time around, or Zeus going to take it from them? Or are we going to go over to the cave and see if we can get a little bit of Lycan action going on inside there?
Down towards that south side of the map, Fireflux out early over towards Cow. Again, the big thing here is that bootcamp is fully open, so I'm curious to see which teams are going to try and take that. And right now, it looks like a fair few squads are flying over that way. I'm just wondering how many will be dropping on top of it, because you'll see the shoots and be thinking to yourself, maybe it's a bad idea.
Painan. Virtus.pro and RCB will be dropping upon one another. Malloy gets cut first. There's another health drop. I think that's over in boot camp in the meantime. But Virtus.pro losing Malloy cleanly there. RCB doing some good work. Yeah, definitely is a boot camp hot drop going on as well between Vibes and Heroic. Real rough spot for them, both trying to move in on Team Spirit's absence.
Yeah. And this is actually a massive hot drop for Virtus.pro versus RCB. RCB is currently chasing Virtus.pro on the leaderboard. And this is one of the best ways that they could actually confirm themselves to get more points of Virtus.pro in this first game, whilst also denying them as many points as possible. But it is going either way right now.
There is only 1 knock sent back towards RCB. They find a second, sure, but now it's just Icy, and he is isolated right now, away from the rest of his team. Koa is there. The reses are starting to come through from RCB. Loxy's on that cross angle, and with the micro Uzi, will catch Icy out in the open. This is actually probably one of the fastest conclusions to this hot drop we've seen in a long, long time, and just in time as well, because look at this. Enigma Galaxy, they're moving in for this.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's been a while since we've seen someone try and pick up the pieces that were left behind from Painan. But you're right, Enigma Galaxy moving up quickly, which is good to see. They do leave Snox behind in Nakam, though. I would prefer to see him up with the group, but it was such a quick and clean fight, and that is massive news. You can see there over on the right-hand side of your screen, the tower, Virtus.pro up in the top. First place, 207 points, but out now. And if RCB can get a strong map here on Sandhawk, the profit gain that they need for the rest of the day becomes a little bit less troublesome. But it still requires a big game here from RCB. That wasn't enough. This is the game that RCB knows that they need to profit big on. So there's going to be a huge amount of pressure on the squad.
I mean, not only are they chasing them on these tables today, but they're also chasing on the PMGC points tables as well, right? They are sure over 100 points behind, but if you can profit a large amount off the back of a game like this, you're going to start closing that gap, and every single point will matter. It will come into play, especially when you've got all of those matches in the finals to play. We're expecting to be able to earn upwards of 150 points. That can be a real big difference maker.
Was that initial fight between Vibes and Heroic? Looked like Heroic just didn't get any weapons, or specifically Walsh didn't get any weapons, which is a bit of a painful one for Heroic.
Yeah, and Vibes get all 4 of their players up, so our hot drops conclude cleanly all across the map, which is interesting. There's no casualties on victorious teams.
The best part for 77 as well is that no power means no hot drop. So what Hutton is very much theirs on the northwest side. Though, and again, we do need to bring this back up. 77 currently the highest earning in terms of league ranking points in first place. I didn't see that one coming, but between them and Na'Vi, very much the most consistent teams in the lobby, which is also amusing considering it was both Zadira and Lemon the first to hit 100 eliminations each. There's some kind of correlation to have there.
Yeah, I'm sure. I feel like there's definitely could be. It's a plot. It's a secret conspiracy. They got it going on. They both know. What do they
Black
know?
Esports, there's a lot more points that need to be had. They want to be pulling themselves outside from that bottom 4. Right now, losing a player right off the back to Na'Vi does not feel good. And I think for Football is Chaos, genuinely, unless it's like a crazy evolution in the gameplay from Football is Chaos, it is over. It is over for this team.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to try and surge out of this one. They just need a magnificent day, right? And we haven't seen it in them. There's no indication that that will be the case or could be the case, really. Which is unfortunate. But there you go. RCB now with another fight on their hands, this time against Zeus, who have moved down from that northwestern island. Rita scoping out the windows. Foxy biding his time. He's a little bit isolated and actually will need to disengage from this fight. He's looking for a way to move back through the compound, but it is a lot of open ground to cover to get back towards Silas. He's going to try and make that dash into the building. First stop off there. Rita does have a clean angle onto it, but he's going to try and present as little broadside as possible. Silas might need to loose a couple of shots here to bow the heads of Zeus. Force them down. Because they're not really willing to let this one go. And I mean, rightly so. You get rid of Loxy, all of a sudden, Zeus, RCB is a lot easier to deal with.
And again, for Zeus, there's a team that has done a lot more and given a lot more. It has sort of been a case of towards the end of the tournament, they realized that need to get a bit of a move on. I think that they have shifted enough ground here that they can see themselves towards that top 16 and head towards the finals.
Yeah, they had 20 points at the start of today on league ranking points, and if they're able to finish in the top 10, they're definitely going to be secure. As we saw, that bubble for the league ranking points going to be somewhere between 14 to 17 points, depending on how teams like Falcons do, like Trover 2030. So it should be interesting to see who can ascend. Black Esports as well as Footballers Chaos, both of them really looking shaky right now. They are on definitely treacherous ground into those league ranking points and unlikely to be able to jump up as the next circle is going to come on through. Twisted Minds, they're chilling right now. They don't want to leave the Northwest Island, so why should they?
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, what's the point? They didn't go to the Northwest Island, so they're likely going to lose this game anyway. Who cares? We'll just stay up here forever.
Busy. They're occupied.
Got their own things going on. 77 over towards the northern side. Heading down just a little bit. Peeking their heads in. An S2G towards the center. Second highest placing team here in this lobby. Because they are currently actually 5th place, but 3rd on our current rankings. S2G is realistically the only team that has maybe them and 77, I would say, that have a big chance of getting up towards maybe a podium finish. It will be tough, though.
With IWNRX and Spirit ahead of them. Currently, Spirit are 137, and IWNRX are on 156. So, could definitely jump to 3rd, you're right, but RCB catch maybe less likely. Freezer first into the breach against Vibes, who are hot off the hot drop as well, and pre-pod goes down, a 1-for-1 trade. Freezer able to send them packing, but unfortunately steps too far out, gets sprayed down. And now it's only a 1-for-2. Furia not really in a great position here. Where's the rest of Brute Force? They are down 2 players, and they're missing 1 as well. Furia needs to try and hold his nerve in this fight. The nades over to the backline. They get Brute down, and another one as well. Fury are looking strong. I thought they might need more players here, but seems like I was mistaken. Vibes, they've been trimmed.
Yeah, I mean, Brute Force is in an awkward spot, though. This is right on the high ground. A little bit exposed. As a team like Football is Chaos, I'd likely try and push down from that northeast side towards all this fighting. Get a nice little backstab going. Twisted Minds finally figure out that they're in the blue. Then they need to go somewhere else.
When did that happen?
Yeah. You're like, we're taking damage right now?
That shouldn't happen unless... Wait a minute. No, it's that pesky blue zone. Ugh. I hate it when that happens. The trick is, when the big blue wall goes past you, you'll start taking damage.
Yeah. It's a pretty big tail in the circle.
It takes a real keen eye to spot that.
And Twisted Minds finally put the glasses on. The monocles. And we'll finally
If you have
see...
two monocles, is it... What is it? Is it still a monocle?
Monocles. It's just monocles.
Ah.
Yeah. Glasses is connected. It's the same idea as would you call a monocle a glass?
That's a good point. But if you had two monocles, it's no longer a mono. Does that make it a bionicle?
Nah, I don't... Biocular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bioculus, maybe?
Biocles? Yeah, maybe. I'd go with that. Sure. I'll stick it to glasses, though. I'll still go to the optician.
Bioculus sounds so cool, though.
Yeah, that does true. Yes, I appear to have smudged my bioculars.
It's actually a genus of arachnid.
Oh. Well, I haven't smudged any of those.
Bioculus. But it's mainly pertaining to scorpions, it seems. Because they're two pincers.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Isn't that cool? We learned something today.
Hey, look at that.
We made something up and learned something.
That's like two of the best
crazy.
things.
Yeah.
Circle shifts out to the west and puts really heavy emphasis onto the compound to the west of S2G right now, which Trovo 2030 moved into nice and quickly. The walled compound to the south of Zeus and to the north of Hainan could also be very, very important. Falcons taking a lot of damage from S2G right now as Ali goes down and gets flushed. Playing out on the east side, they are pushing in behind, and S2G in their compound do still have a spot in this circle.
Yeah, out towards that eastern side. Trovo 2030 actually holding a really quite strong compound. I am rooting for RCB though, honestly.
Okay, you're an RCB fan?
Yeah, I think that they've had some hard luck over the past year. And Silas genuinely was the player that I expected to perform the worst out of all four of them. That doesn't mean I think he's washed. No, it doesn't mean that at all. But coming off the back of S2G, you know, they won PMGC, and it was all a little bit downhill from there. They all split up towards S2G and RCB. I just didn't think Silas had what it took to really get back into another team. Funnily enough, he was the player that was doing the most work at the beginning, whilst I thought all the other players on that squad were going to do a whole lot more. And it's nice to see finally everyone else stepping up a little bit. It has been a long time coming.
I mean, Loxy is definitely the MVP of that roster, but it is a very solid foundation. Nades coming in from Zeus. Maniac will be trying to convert onto it, trying to move forwards, gain ground. Maniac still not finding the peak onto Doran. Only the one knock, and the res hasn't come through just yet. There's an off angle. Brute force look uphill. Doran gets clipped around the ankle. As Robs is backed into cover as well. 77 taking shots onto this from the top of the hill. Brute force from underneath. And it is a really, really difficult position because Zeus are still on top as well. All across Twisted Minds, they are suffering heavily for it. They're down to just one player very quickly. 77 taking the fight with Zeus. Maybe shouldn't have. It's not going well.
No, I mean, the shots where they were going from, not too bad. I mean, Shifu was that front guard for him. and he ran straight towards Zeus, and Retha just spotted him quite quickly. So it was a good peek out from Zeus. And honestly, they are surrounded by a lot of teams, and I'm impressed. I'm impressed with how well they have held down this location so far. Very, very well done to them. Brute Force on that northwest, crawling and limping into the circle right now.
Yeah, trying their best to make it past, but Twisted Minds that did, I think, maybe... No, they are down just on one player left standing, and that is going to be Fireflux. Oh, no, sorry. Na'Vi going down. Wait, hang on. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, RCB spotted them. Okay, fair enough. A little third-party action going on. Everybody's going down. Fireflux just is nearly almost all out. Scarface is still alive there for them. Na'Vi goes down. The Silas flexes back out. The center compound right now is still not taken blank. And Zeus do have the top of the hill that we saw them defending against Twisted Minds, but no one else has moved into the compound. And I think that's somewhere that RCB definitely could find in themselves to find that rotation.
Yeah, it's hard as hell to get over towards that spot right now. There's a high ground where Zeus is currently playing. Trovo 2030 would be able to take shots out towards you. Really does sort of require 4 vehicles, but that's not generally what you see on Sandhot. Towards this stage of the game, there's a lot more moving around on foot. But I think for RCB, realistically, what they need is just to fly out. And you can see there, Scarface attempted to get into that compound. Instantly shot down.
Yeah, he tried to pull up at the shack out to the east of it. I mean, you just expect there to be a team there right now. So generally pulling up isn't going to be super powerful, but a noticeable dearth of players right now in the center, which means that Zeus's position is all the stronger because teams are not only fearful of them, but fearful of ghosts in the compound down to the south. So giving themselves a lot of space to play around.
Kelsey finally out. Now RCB has to make their next move very carefully. Right now they're on 7 elims. It's not bad. But going out in 8th place means not really a lot of placement points. Like I said earlier, if this is an RCB win on this map, suddenly you're in striking range over towards Virtus Pro. And 1 point might not seem like a lot in the long run, but that can be the difference a fair few times.
We've definitely seen those single points come into play. Silas keeping his eyes peeled. And again, nobody in this compound is wild. Nobody's made that dash in. Enigma Galaxy, Black Esports, RCB all in position to go for it. Trovo going to have a little bit tougher of a time because they've got 77 who will be looking out that way. I'm expecting it to get figured out very soon that nobody's in this compound because the shots obviously just won't be coming from it.
Yeah, again, it's like I said, it's so difficult to get over towards it. There are too many angles right now, and people just don't have the vehicles. And now the angle comes from Zeus. Yeah, so that's well played. That was one of that's one of the angles that's preventing people from getting to the compound, and Zeus makes the smart move to send down into it. I'm imagining they scouted out earlier.
Yeah, I imagine they'd probably figured out that there was no one in there for quite a while, and they were just sort of waiting for someone to move in, and they eventually came to the point where it's like, okay, well, let's just go, I guess. RCB going to make that same move just a little bit later for themselves, unfortunately. But on the south side, it's still fairly defensible on this side of the road. They are just going to try and peek their way through. Silas does go down. Trovo trying to swim out in the river. Enigma Galaxy still on the edge of Painan, as well as Black Esports taking shots to our resident fish.
Yeah, it's actually surprising that RCB is allowed to get up here. Enigma Galaxy being very passive down towards Painan. I sort of expected them to move up towards the hillside on the north of it. But no, just chilling. Shots over towards Black Esports from RCB.
Two teams now in the compound, one on the north side of the road, one on the south, and everything else is going to get cleaned up around this. Enigma Galaxy's move, I think, is probably going to be the most coin flip right now, in terms of it could just wildly succeed. If they sweep along this coastline, there's a possibility that they could look for peaks over towards this compound, but at the moment there's 3 teams now playing around this area. Black Esports under a lot of pressure from Brute Force on the back as it shifts up north with the circle. It keeps that compound uphill, that Zeus left just now available, and 77 may be able to sneak in.
Yeah, they'll take the leftovers every day of the week. High ground as well. Very nice. Zeus maybe kicking themselves a little bit. Heading downwards. But it made sense. It was direct central. It's the right play. This is a hard shift over towards the north side. You can't really predict that. There you go. All the players in one vehicle from 77. Instantly in. Happy days.
Freezer peeking the shallows there. You can stand up and take shots, but you're completely exposed, obviously, out in the water. So kind of just a last-ditch effort to make something happen. Doesn't go so well. The Galaxy are going to continue to move up this coastline, and Brute Force continuing to hold down to the south side of it. Redox lets the vehicle go. It's on fire there. Lewis does go down. Ralph spotted, though, on a crossfire. I think that's high ground, potentially even 77. Looking for those shots. RCB, actually, from the compound. Goodness me. Trovo 2030. They have shots sent out their way. Now Enigma Galaxy very, very low as the nades from Brute Force try and push them back.
Brute Force sitting over towards that western side. Enigma Galaxy, again, a little bit of a slow rotate out from their position. And a bit of an unsuccessful one as well over towards this western side. Brute Force have been battling for quite a while, and I think Enigma Galaxy actually showed their hand a little bit too late. The round was already over by that point. RCB still extracting value, though, out of this game, which is the main thing. Just mining away at the point ore.
Ooh. Pod clocked on a crossing. A nice headshot there. Redox dropping smokes to allow himself to get up to this next building. But again, it goes to this compound. Zeus in the prime spot right now, for the time being at least. 77 going to have to break out from the cover of this high ground, but they've got a lot of rocks that move downhill. You can see the approach towards Zeus is not entirely impossible here, but nades will just find themselves appearing next to their heads if they're not careful.
So he's going to send Magnum out, but Freezer is there with the shot. Good initial trace, considering the speed at which that one goes through, and that will be Redox going down. Down to 4 teams. Ooh.
Loxy found. Zeus able to take him out, and that leaves RCB on 2. Wild and Azel. See if they can keep it on the south side, but they have to move north. They're going to have to shift into a safe position. Brute Force, they are getting spotted. That's actually Azel taking the shots. Pre-pod as well. Does get lit up here. And the more points they can earn, the better. Because their time seems to be waning somewhat. Made more and more difficult by this zone. Brute Force, if they can survive, if they could get a little bit closer in these rocks, they would have a great time of it. They'd be on the outside, but they're denied that access. Those paths are so closed off for them.
Pretty much right now for RCB, it's a case of how many more eliminations can we get in this match. And they've been able to get quite a few. And if Zadira goes down next, then wonderful stuff. You'll get a second place guaranteed. Or at least you should, unless Zeus makes a full commit over towards their position.
You know, it takes quite a lot of damage, actually, from the blue zone. Azel with the nade. Furia is still alive. Aaron's there, caught on the cross. Wild, able to dish out some damage. Hops over with the DPS, confirms the point. Furia is still going. What have they got on the back line? Because he's been taken down. It is just Wild. Can he do it again? He did it once. No. It is no more, and they're third place because Furia is still alive for Brute Force. He's going to move on in, and there's 3 players for him to deal with. Brute Force with a chance, a nade over the wall. Oh, I thought that was the other way around. Oh, goodness me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Brute Force swept aside. Yeah, no way. No way. Zeus are able to move from that high ground to the north side of the compound. They control it well. And this is the resurgence we talked about from this team. They have started to turn up the heat here in the PMSL, which is really, really cool. They have now managed to earn another chicken dinner. I think they navigated that one very well. They were the only team to make the correct moves in the compound play, and it's obviously paid off well. But RCB put a big dent in that lead.
Yeah, I mean, for RCB, well done to them. I think they ended around about 12, 13 eliminations with 5 points on the third place, 18 points total. Will push them very close. And again, taking down Virtus Pro early means it's all profit on that game, which is huge. Because even like 18 points is fantastic on a game where you're chasing, but you know the enemy team that you're chasing has 0.
That is true as well, yeah, because you were the team to get rid of them, so you're absolutely certain that that is who is going to be going down in front of you. So a really, really good point scoring game for them. I think that they were sat somewhere around 30 points behind, so that is going to close that gap to within striking distance and potentially look to catch up with them on the PMGC tables as well.
Yeah, this was a crazy push from Wild. And I mean, it was a push that was made necessary by the fact that he was mollied out. I just didn't expect him to be like, right, I'm mollied out. At that point, you're like, it's over for me. But instead, he's like, I just push. I guess I just push. Yeah, it's very, very well done. 8 eliminations and a 21-minute game there for Zeus with 1,500 damage done. Not a chunky one, but I think they made all the right moves to win out that game. And it is 19 points picked up with 14 eliminations. That is unbelievably good. So even better than I expected. So a 20 point. So it's I think it's 14 points behind now currently for Regnum Kaya. Maybe 16.
Yeah, it's somewhere in that region. I can't remember exactly what the gap was on those tables, but a brilliant result nonetheless. Brute Force as well, surviving into second place with Furia out on the rocks. And I said if they could get to those closer rocks, they might have a better time of it over and holding out the edge of that compound. But they were taken down. Instead, they could not make it quite close enough to be in that range. But overall, I'm quite happy with a few of those teams. However, I think that the fact that there was not a team in that compound for the longest time is kind of nuts, right? There definitely should have been a team there. And yeah, sure, it's difficult to get in, but that area of the map was focused on for a long, long time. And so the fact that no one was there, kind of mysterious to me. I feel like someone definitely should have at least tried to just send in there as a last ditch, like someone like Nick McGalaxy, right? When Pinon's right on the edge, you know you're going to have to leave. You just go, okay, well, let's just try and see if we can get something done. But they don't go for it. They don't go for it.
Yeah, I think that at that point, what you're more focused on is getting up towards a higher placing, and you try and go for that in that moment. I think that would have dropped Nigma Galaxy out at the time around 9th place, in which case I think they would get 1 point for the placements, and they've not got a lot of eliminations in that match already. Again, there is just so much oversight towards that compound that it's not something that people were looking to take early on. And I think when Zeus takes it, it's because they have all the information in the world and they are one of the prime targets that is overlooking all of the angles around the side.
Well, they are going to be overlooking from the top of the hill Zeus, who were able to roll down and into the compound free of competition. RCB tried it on, but nah, ain't going to work this time around. Zeus take the chicken dinner.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Zeus in that last match looking like Kate Bush running up that hill. Nobody else was able to get all the way on up there, taking the downhill roll as well towards the compound when nobody else decided to go for it, and taking a cheeky little chicken dinner. They are running from those bottom 4 spots on the league ranking points tables and doing so very, very successfully.
Yeah, I've been pretty pleased with what I've been seeing so far. I mean, for Zeus, very well done to them. Like, honestly, that last game, pretty well played. And I think that it was just categorically the right moves at the right time, which you can't complain about. For our other teams inside the lobby, though, Twisted Minds forgot that they were inside the blue and did need to move out just a little bit, just a tiny bit, over towards that northwest side. We're heading over towards our angle now. Very different map indeed.
In just a moment, we're going to see the overall standings on the left-hand side of the screen, Blank, and it is going to reveal how close RCB are to Virtus Pro. The plane path, super south. Yet again, go from Novo over to Primorsk, so it could be pretty cheeky. Virtus Pro will be able to get to Primorsk, but the question is, will they have company? Virtus Pro ended that match with 0 points last time around over in Sandhawk, which puts them on 207 points. RCB are on 192 points, 15 points behind them.
Yeah, it's a wild jump up. I mean, this looked sort of unattainable at the start of the day, but with just one fell swoop, it's now become more of a possibility. So the plane heading out from that southeast side does give opportunity for the boys from Virtus Pro to head over towards Primorsk. And I think our angle is where RCB struggles a lot. And they haven't quite figured out how they want to play around Rozhok yet. But they're getting better at it. They are certainly getting better at it.
I'm expecting this east side to be very messy. You can see that lump of multicolored teams right now moving over to Team Spirit's old stomping ground. I think RCB is in there. S2G 77 also in and amongst it. Not too sure who the other teams are, but Vibes and Heroic, they just can't leave each other alone. Guys, come on. What's happening here? What is the problem? Why have you both just decided to have it out for one another? The double barrel around the side, I mean, it's good for no one. And everyone's losing players.
Yeah, what's happened here? Heroic also suffering divides. Quite a few hot drops, and sort of be expected with this kind of playing path. Very rough, but the circle is much more kind up towards that northern edge. Marso will finish off a Magnum with the knife. This has been an insane start to the game here, John.
I mean, it's what they did in Sandhawk, right? Both of these two teams were hot dropped over in boot camp. Now they're over in just east of Milta, around that Milta Power Peninsula. Vibes continue their hunt. S2G, a couple of pistol shots, gap, Zadira down. Limbo Boom as well. That's some bad times. There's a pistol duel with a high ground with a rifle starts to ring through. Shifu's the last to stand. Go on, Marso, get the knife out. Nah, it's not going to be needed. He's able to find the shots through the door frame there. And S2G are able to get it. It's not fully clean, and RCB could be here to play too.
Yeah, RCB moving up towards that northern side. I mean, again, for RCB, they are more focused on keeping players alive right now. You do have Loxy and Wild inside of Wizard. And Hamzy with an ace just outside behind this vehicle. Now the question is, does he have the ace in the hole? Try and take down RCB here from the sidelines with the 31 bullets, and RCB taking 2 knocks there in quick succession. Very well done.
That is really unfortunate. Fireflux are going to chime in. There's Hamzy on that side swipe. Loxy is racking up points, but RCB do not want this to be happening right about now. S2G, they're up to 5 eliminations. RCB didn't manage to get any from this so far. They haven't cleaned up anything. Fireflux managed to get a point. Hamzy may be on the menu for Loxy. Getting Wild back up. They're going to have to play as 2 here. As S2G, yeah, they're just going to hold on the inside. The call comes. Hamzy knows. This is a little bit insulting there. And Scarface, yeah, fair enough. Didn't check their angles. Probably didn't know that Fireflux were playing close, but you knew there were parachutes around this area. You knew it was very possible. So jumping up on the top of an exposed roof like that, I'm putting a big question mark on that one, Roxy.
I'm not entirely sure about that one either. That is a lot of points thrown to the wayside there for RCB. S2G getting 5 though, and laddering up to 4th place. After that, they were 5th last match. They'll feel good about that one, but Fireflux do find another in Hamzy.
They've
on the
made out
Elim.
like bandits here. They've got 3 elims from this.
Yeah, it was fairly easy.
They just rock up and go like, bap, bap, bap.
Thank you. And that'll do the
One
trick.
One more. Look at this greedy guts. Goodness me. Pilfering and plundering. Everybody around them. This is still going on, by the way.
I know. I'm surprised that it is.
This is all because of the plane path, Blank. I mean, that start really far south of Novo has cut out so much terrain. Everybody was dropping around these south compounds and vehicles. As Walsh, he's been spotted. Papa Walsh is down. Now it's up to Volt on next to no HP. Good for one. Okay, he's got the auto shotty. Looks for a second. Do need to be careful because he is going to be able to clip them. Steps behind, and finally the jump spray around. Not going to find the flush either. Twisted Minds, could they third party this? Or are they just going to try and establish a line on the east side of Milta? More action, and this isn't even on the drop spot. This is over towards Sunken City, Blank.
This has been just the weirdest of starts to our game. We're already down to 14 teams, 51 players. That plane path absolutely ruined the life of so many teams. And Twisted Minds even having a peek in over towards Vibes. Finding a knock over there. And Vibes are seriously injured as well. So easy prey for Twisted Minds. Falcons, realistically, the only team having a good time. As well as Virtus Pro. Towards Severny and Primos. They just took themselves out of the scenario. This will clear up a lot of space in the next circle. That's for sure.
I mean, Na'Vi are just completely allowed to freely rotate on this western bridge off that military base. Brute force on the eastern bridge because Twisted Minds have gone all the way out to Milta Power. Probably just going to be able to roll straight over this eastern bridge as well. So no teams who go to their regular drop spots are really getting any trouble for this. And it's kind of incredible, really, that it has unfolded this way. And so many teams are taking fights this early on. I mean, that's what a strict plane pass will do for you.
It causes so many issues for so many squads. Yeah, such a small amount of teams just lined up towards the center of this one right now. And we're likely to go down to 13 squads going forward as well. Because I'm assuming the Vibes is going to fall soon. And one of these 2 teams likely to fall too. So 12 teams remaining. Might be a quick match, John, off the back of that.
Or it might be a really slow match where we have nothing going on for stages 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, also possibility.
Because it's already all concluded. More shots over towards Vibes from Twisted Minds. That's still that engagement down on the southeast side. Mozora gets spotted on the high ground. They're just going to run it down. Twisted Minds, they do have all 4 of their players alive. Once again, though, they haven't spotted, and it will take an expert to tell you this. They're in the blue zone.
Come on, guys. Let's maybe not do that.
It's a bit harsh because it's zone 1, and I'm being a bit, you know, I'm being a bit aggy on that one. But
You are, yeah.
get out of the blue, you muppets. Let's move.
Well,
Chop,
I mean,
chop.
They were taking up Vibes, so it's fair enough. It's
Yeah.
fair enough for them to be. They did assault them, but now
Don't
they're
like it,
moving. No, I don't like it either. Vibes really quite low, and they're going to need to find some kind of medication at some point. A lot of our other teams now deciding that now is the time to head towards the center of the circle, which, like I said, a lot more room to play around here because we did lose so many players in the very early moments of this match.
S2G currently with the highest elimination count, but I think Fireflux definitely the main benefactors of those early game engagements. Able to just sit in the hills around a hot drop, take 3 eliminations away from it. That is brilliant for them. They didn't take any damage in response either, so it's not like they expended too much utility. They didn't spend too long there either because the drop was very fast. Circle shifting out east. You can see Footballers Chaos there, like, oh, let's sit here. Cool. Right, stay. We're going to be fine. It's going to be a difficult move past school, past apartments as well, the east side of Rostock. This was oh, okay. So that's what they tried. Lord was like, wings clipped.
I mean, kind of a sick shot, though, to be fair to him.
Yeah, pretty clean.
And we get a stage
Not
2
often you have
shift.
to track up as well as across, right?
Yeah, very, very clean shots. It wasn't too much upwards as the updraft hadn't come through just yet for him.
They didn't get very far. So.
He felt like he was escaping. And if you're brute, you're like, I'm free.
Or like a supervillain who's like, I'm gonna get in my little pod, you're never gonna catch me. And he's like, actually, I've got a gun. I'm going to shoot you. And he's like, rats. That's how I imagine that.
That's the movie that ends in 10 minutes.
Yeah. It's the Dr. Evil escape plan. But up against a competent opponent.
What do you mean? Austin Powers was a competent opponent.
Depends in what context, but yeah.
Na'Vi down towards the southwest here. I have just passed by it on Potato Hill, and I think everyone, each their own, is taking a little bit of a scout every time they pass. It's nice to see. And Falcons move down from Severity, thinking to themselves, why are we on 13 teams? It makes no sense. Yet here we are.
Yes, it would seem peculiar. And that's because it is. The Yaz Fields, a big part of this east side of the circle. Gonna make it tricky. Virtus Pro, I mean, they've been in their regular drop spot. They're on their regular rotate paths. So they may find it quite odd for this south side to be so deserted, devoid of life, really. As everyone is either cut down, who's stuck around, or has moved up north quite quickly. So maybe a little bit of a lack of players on the south edge to contend with.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the go-to explanation. Again, we're heading towards pretty barren ground anyway. So this is going to make for a bit more competitive endgame, as you do have a lot of players just been removed. Zeus finding Lewis is kind of a big deal, though. If they can remove him, then it becomes a lot easier to start clearing the rest, especially because they have lost Eren already. They'd like to equalize.
The circle shifting out to the east, and again, it's some fairly open ground. The Yaz Field's a major factor here on the north side of the circle, taking about a quarter of this circle in those Yaz Fields. So compounds like S2G is going to be pretty valuable for that area. Meanwhile, on the south side, still a little bit more sparsely placed for all of our remaining teams. East side of Rosok. Ooh, that's dangerous. Snowick spotted. Dark in there and got that side swipe angle. It's for Lewis and takes the point. It's more third parties.
It is indeed. All coming through so quickly, one after another. Footballers Chaos finds Trovo 2030 as they try and rotate past them. I mean, that was a difficult crossing, but maybe not the best area to do it in if you're Trovo. I think there was a lot more opportunity than to send it through here. This was the one rotate that I did not want to see. Wild finding at least one. I don't know how he got here.
I mean, he sent with a sneaky rotation between Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. He was sort of just tracking a really small rotate, and obviously as a solo, it's a little bit easier to go a little bit undetected and maybe felt to be a little bit unimportant. But in his position now, I mean, holding it down for Wild, I don't think it's going to be viable. He's taking shots already. People know he's there.
Yeah, I think it's time to move, honestly. To be fair, there's also nowhere else he can move to. We'll give him that. We'll give him that. Twisted Minds, I like their rotate up towards the northeast side. It's a good spot to play. I like the compound that's inside of Yaz Fields. They also try and confirm it towards the south side of Yaz as well, just in case it is a hard shift up that way. Though I think that's maybe an oversight, because it would be the hardest of shifts for that position on the north side to be even valuable. I can understand it to get the crossfire between Coops and Lord as people try and travel across towards the northeast side. I just honestly don't think he needs to be there.
And given that a lot of teams in general were trimmed down quite early, this is potentially going to be a little bit quiet until stage 4. Black Esports, I think, could get loud. Zeus could get loud. But the rest of it, fairly settled. And I don't think it seems like anyone in that middle spot really wants to start anything for fear of being third-partied. But Circle, that's going to shrink them in. And it's going to push a lot more teams in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any other solos, they probably want that spot. Even if you're not a solo, you might want to just crash a lot of vehicles into that area and then create some kind of bunker using those vehicles. So would you see just how long Wild can remain in this game for? Hopefully for a bit longer.
He's on the hunt. Trying to catch Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro are going to have to move around on the east side. It seems like Brute Force know this is going on, but they don't have the angles to do anything about it right now. They're seeing movements. They're hearing whispers on the wind, but need something a little bit more firm to be able to take action here. Neos is still out on that hillside. Could be very valuable for them as an outpost, but also equally could be vulnerable. Instead, he steps up, Malloy spotted, and that's a really good pickup to slow Virtus Pro down. They can continue to take shots. Fishcake up into the sky, hits the deck, tumbles over, nose over end, tops out the vehicle, and Na'Vi now sweeping in through a third party. Onto this engagement, they go straight past, leave Flip in the dust. And they try and carry on, but Default is already pulled out as well as his vehicle takes a tumble. 2 knocks for Virtus Pro. Na'Vi have taken a lot down. Neos, what is he doing? Okay, he's a madman just being sent straight into the middle of all of this. That's Furia. Wait a minute. He's left the compound. He's sweeping through, trying to pick up points, but wow, what a way to pop this fight off.
Yeah, I mean, for Furia, it's a case of, don't mind me, just passing through, realistically. But yeah, you can't, for Brute Force, it's actually quite important for them to hold out this. If they can get rid of a fair few of these players and they pick up a lot of points for it, and in 13th place they want to secure some more points, not only for their league ranking points going into the finals, but also just to remain steady on those PMGC placings. And honestly, it's high time that we see more from Brute Force.
Very true. I mean, they're defending champions here in the region, right? And they definitely have not made their mark so far. Their closest contender in the MEA region is Power, which means that they are going to want to try and fend off the encroaching forces of Power, who currently sit on 110 points this week, which is going to push them a lot higher up those standings. And Brute Force wanting to try and keep at least neck and neck to maintain their lead against them in the MEA-specific regional standings.
Virtus Pro dropping some smokes. Only 2 eliminations. For RCB, they really want Virtus Pro to go out now. But they at least find themselves a spot to play. And can chill it for a while, because a slight ditch just gives them some cover. It sort of depends on the next circle, though.
Really does. It's just about to come on through. Tough moves to be made, but it goes very, very central here. Keeping a lot of Yaz fields in. That northern side is very dangerous to move through, given that Falcons can stay in that compound as well. If Falcons' compound was cut out and it went a little bit further east or a little bit further southeast, it would be a lot easier to move in those fields. But given the oversight that it has right now from that compound, that actually keeps Wild fairly safe.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how he got here in the first place. It was a very sneaky move, like you said, John. And fair play to him. He can hang around. And for Virtus Pro, Enigma Galaxy and Fireflux on their sidelines. Footballers Chaos to their front. However, Footballers Chaos haven't been the most proactive of teams over these past couple of games. Some good nades, actually, from Icy. Getting some chip damage, but not enough to finish off.
Fireflux trying to make their way in alongside Virtus Pro, both trying to ascend up to this ground that Footballers Chaos currently stands as wardens of. Nick Galaxy as well in their compound over to the east side of things. Virtus Pro have been testing the waters. They tried out over on the east. It proved to be a little bit too tricky for them. They've moved back out west, but they're still not finding an opening, Blank, and it's really tough going for them. They're going to have to push through, find some strong knocks to try and flow down on, but I don't think that both Fireflux and Virtus Pro make it out of this.
No, they will absolutely struggle. I think there's so many teams waiting to take shots over towards them. And not only that, Fireflux and Virtus Pro both need to dismantle one another before they can start moving forward to build something anew in the next circle.
Footballers Chaos yet to take a knock on their defense. Vitally so. Fireflux are pretty close to it now, though. And Virtus Pro could potentially try and move in behind, try and backfill on this. So maybe an opportunity to change their fortunes somewhat. Nades over to Fireflux from Footballers Chaos. But they're going high, they're going long, they're going wide, anywhere but on target right now. Will not connect with what they're looking for.
Falconist. Currently just watching out for Virtus Pro and Fireflux. And on that southwest edge.
Oh, another nade on top of Twisted Minds. These are the bunkers that just pour these nades straight on towards you. It's really, really difficult to fend off a team who is within nade range of you when you're in this spot. You can see Brute Force, they don't want to go down into the bunker right next door to them because they know just how dangerous it is. Neos is going to take up residence there and finally will move into nade range, and I expect Twisted Minds to have a salvo of their own and actually could be pretty effective with this because now it is just these dueling bunkers. That nade over the top, ooh, it's going to burst short. And Brute Force are going really far to the back of this one.
Brute Force, they could clear out Twisted Minds. Depends if they've got the nades available here. I mean, Neos is pulling the pin on one now. They're so grouped up, but Twisted Minds know that they're further into the circle. So there is a timer on this for Brute Force. They're on the slightly slower side of the circle, so they can work it with that. Virtus Pro lose one more member and will be eliminated with only 2 eliminations and on a single placement point. And Wild, in fact, gets a bit further into the game.
Not in the placement points just yet, though, and he's going to have an impact here. Falcons roving down to their southwest side and actually getting stuck in between Zeus and Footballers Chaos, potentially trying to float out and take control of that hillside. Black Esports could be a threat, as Falcons, they just rocked up here, Blank. They had full control over the compound to the north side. They did have to leave it, and now they're in for a fight. Fireflux are here, Footballers Chaos, so are Falcons, Zeus, and Nigga Galaxy. Everybody's starting to bust up on the western edge. As we enter into stage 6, it's going to get nasty. A lot of placement points to be earned here by surviving out this chaos.
Footballers Chaos. Oh, it's all over the place. There's so many nades coming through. Explosion, dirt going absolutely everywhere. The windscreen wipers needed in this dirt rally. Try and race ahead of everyone else to get further into this circle.
Nick Galaxy seemingly able to sweep on through. Nice and effective close range engagement. As Twisted Minds will fall across the way. Fireflux kind of still trapped, but doing okay. Nick Galaxy going to be backed off. Footballers Chaos taken down. Falcons still on the rotate. Yet to regroup, yet to push in along this ridgeline. And they're going to need to mount their offensive now. Fireflux first up to bat, but Nick Galaxy in reserve.
Fireflux. Step on back. Couple of players still up. Yeah, what? Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, 7th place, not horrible. It is not horrible.
could have been a little bit better for them. But yeah, nice to get at least a placement point out of this match. Black rocked up onto the position and had control of it for a long time. I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did. Getting up into those placements. Fireflux engaging with Enigma Galaxy here, locking horns with them. It's not really going super well because the Falcons, they're just looking to sweep yet again. Moving in from this north side. This is well timed, it's well principled, and I like what they're doing.
It's kind of amusing that Falcons basically have the easiest game in the world right up to the sponsor earning. They had no idea the raucous battling that was going on down towards the south side of the map until about 15 minutes into the game. You know, we're at stage 6, we have 14 players remaining and 6 teams. It does not happen often.
Drop out wide there. Give Snoix time to change weapons as well without connecting. Last player to stand for Enigma Galaxy. Falcons continue. Ali went down to a DBS behind the buggy, but still with 3. This sweep is strong. They're on for a good game. 7 eliminations accrued so far. Looking to add up on those placements as well. S2G as a duo have been in their building for the longest time now, and they get the northern side, or the south side of the circle rather, and keep control of it for the time being. Black Esports and Brute Force gonna have to pop a couple of shots as Snoix still needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, they've got to push Snoix out of the way here. At some point, because we know that Snoix can be a little bit of a thorn in the side if you let him. But the nades are going short currently. A bit too far off towards the west. Falcons now have a good idea of where he is. Only realistically be behind the tree, gets in the vehicle, immediately repositions. That's very smart from him.
Black Esports pulling the trigger first. Snoix still alive, which is kind of crazy. He was behind a tree all alone with 3 players staring down at him. Doing a lot of damage. There's the spin up. There's looking for 1. Will struggle to find the first. Snoix could do it. Oh, he's found the second. Oh, no, Falcons. Oh, just about able to get back in, but the vehicle goes up in smoke and potentially their chances with it. Oh, it's boom. Out they go, and Snoix ruins their day. Black Esports against Brute Force in the middle of the bunker. S2G wondering where everybody else has gone.
Yeah, honestly, that's a big womp womp on that fight, honestly. Yeah. The fact that he survived past the first 5 seconds after they all crashed on him is, I don't want to say embarrassing, but yeah, that feels bad. That feels very bad. And I felt like Falcons played the initial part of this game very well, but that is a sad way to lose it. And this is exactly like I said, Snoix is a real problem if you let him be.
So you can't let him be. That's the moral of the story there. The fact that he was behind a tree and they had 3 players looking at him, and he's like, I'm just going to leave this position. And they just let him. It felt like Falcons had been playing so strong, so well up until that point, but then they just forget that they are in PMSL. They do need to be professionals, truly. A tactical retreat, drawing out the forces.
Indeed. S2G. Looking over towards Black Esports.
Ooh. Funky bounce. Puts it right in between the goalposts there. Black Esports have the middle of the circle, or more of the middle of the circle here. So whilst S2G have this high ground, whilst it looks like they've got a lot of pressure onto Black Esports, it is on them to move. These smokes in front of them are trying to allow them to move up and into the terrain. This wide swing from Poser may be fairly unexpected here for S2G. So just allowing Kakali to sit in the middle, get that inside track, whilst leaving Poser out on the high ground. I kind of like this. They're waiting for this drop. As soon as that happens, he's going to step up. He's going to start laying down the lead.
Was away in this one. I mean, both teams aren't exactly in the best of spots. They both have to move. Black Esports kind of suddenly have a nice position to play with. Smokes do go out. And I think the matter of fact is for S2G is just to get up towards this ditch. Wait it out until Black Esports need to push. And then they just need to win the fight. And it will be mechanical skill. So they make the right move. Very well done. Good nade over the top. Does not quite do enough here.
Swash has an answer, maybe, but that nade looks like it's chasing. He's repositioned away from it nicely. Gets away from the damage. And Black Esports, they're playing split. A little bit less information about where Black Esports are playing right now, with Poser on that small off angle there, but it looks like they are worried about it at least. Kalsi scoping out the angle. A Molotov on the top of the hill that keeps S2G to the back, and still Kakali has the center of this circle blank. It will push towards him, meaning he'll not have to step up as aggressively. Poser behind the cover, gonna bait out the shots from Kalsi. He steps up, doesn't connect on the spray, has to hit the deck again because Kakali will shoot you down should you stay up for too long. Now Swash crossing out on the open ground. Poser steps up, Kakali trading off gunfire. Close range engagement, Kalsi still on the backline. Swash steps up, cannot find the knock, and Kakali will get the heal off as well. Kalsi now left alone, back to the blue. This should be it for him. Breaks out wide. A miraculous double spray. It's not going to happen. Black Esports able to find the chicken dinner against S2G. They move in from the northeast side. We'll take down Wilds from RCB, and in the end, we'll take down S2G too.
Yeah, I mean, very well done, honestly, from Black Esports there. I think, to be quite frank, S2G played that endgame very decently. And I think it's just a couple of missteps here and there where it goes awry for them. But well played either way. Well played either way. For Black Esports, much needed game for them to push further from the tables. I don't know if it'll save their life though. They are the team that's right on the cusp. 16th place. Am I wrong?
Black Esports, they are fairly down towards the bottom, yeah. So they definitely need as many league ranking points as possible to try and beat Falcons, who are 2 points ahead of them on the league ranking tables right now. So definitely a great result for them. With the Falcons also going down, despite having a fairly healthy game that game, though, on their elimination tallies, on their point scoring efforts, they did have a rather shameful end, I think it's safe to say, on that one for Falcons. Their demise was far from necessary.
It was a little sad. It was a little sad to see. And that after having such a strong performance up until that point, and having one of the easier early games, it was somewhat depressing.
Yeah, you don't like to see it. Unless you're SnowX, in which case you'd love to see it. That was great for him. Able to hold behind that tree, get one, get two. It was a messy roll-up, and the sightlines didn't allow them to force the 180 angles. I mean, in general, that's what you're going to see, right? To rolling up to a single player. You send one person past, you draw all the shots and the aim over to that 180 side, so that even if they get the knock on the player who's gone past you, they can just flick around. They have to flick around and try and get a mechanically insane play, and you can just layer in those off angles right where you're shooting right at their back. In general, that will give the advantage on a single player roll-up, but when you take a look at where everybody else was looking, there were players that were controlling that far side where you'd want to place the person in the vehicle. You couldn't move up there because it was under threat of enemy teams, of a lot of people looking your way, especially when you make a lot of noise like that. So they couldn't go for something like that. So SnowX only had his front arc to deal with in that scenario. And yeah, Falcons just fell prey to it.
Yeah, it was a little bit sad to see. Looks with the highest damage on that game from Fireflux, though. Well done to them, 911. Kakali from Black Esports, 5 elims, though, overall. Longest elimination being 341. Makes sense because everyone was very tight together towards the beginning of that game, John, which made it a little bit easier to take some of those close quarters combat. Highest damage did go towards Fireflux, then Brute Force, Footballers Chaos, and Black Esports were actually the lowest on this game.
Yeah, of the top 5, right? Still, yeah, interesting that they went down all the way there. S2G not even featuring on that page, so it was a very, very weird kind of set of circles, especially given those early game spots, right?
Yeah.
I think we had like 3 hot drops, and then we had like a 5-team fight like twice on either side of the circle, and S2G were just like, I guess we'll get to the final circle. Cool. See you in second place, but it was not to be first because Black Esports take down our first Erangel of the day. We've got another one coming up for you in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth. %88 of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green, together for Earth.
Plenty of unhappy bunnies after that last match. The start was very, very wearisome, I'm sure, for plenty of our players, and it didn't get any better from there on out. S2G were able to just chill out for a long, long time, and Black Esports were the only ones to be able to take them down. Hopefully, we'll have a little bit kinder of a flame path into this next match, Blank.
Yeah, it was a insane playing path that we saw and a crazy amount of fights. Random Kaya, bruh, they get 2 points. Virtus Pro get 2 points. So nothing changes on their end of things. IWNRX still in third place. S2G trying to catch them up. 9 points to go for them. So it shouldn't be too hard for them to overtake them. And I think that they should win out on the tiebreaker anyway. So we head further down the page here. Enigma Galaxy trying to get out from 9th place. 118 points, and Team Falcons could have jumped up a lot there if only they had been able to take down Snowix from Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, it was not to be. Unfortunately, they could have dealt with him and not even had to go to that hillside that was exposed to the off angles across the way that ended up taking them all the way down. That is unfortunate, but you've got to keep your wits about. You can't let it slip for even a moment, because this lobby, they'll take everything from you. Should you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So RCB there on our screens. Wild tried his best to stay laying low, but wasn't going to happen for them. Unfortunate to go down so early in such a malicious early hot drop scenario. Over the course of the games so far this tournament, Blank, I think there is one team that has really stood out to me as just so consistent, and potentially a team that you could see at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship only if you get one of these 40% early bird discount tickets. They are limited. Make sure you scan that QR code at the bottom. Head on to London. I don't like... Oh, no, that's just a personal phone. Okay, don't worry about it. It's not an Infinix GT20 Pro, so we are still locked in. I don't like it when the player's equipment isn't ready for it, but... Looks like we are going to be zoned on through. Goodness me.
He is very locked in right now.
Absolutely. He's completely ready for it. But yeah, anyway, the most consistent team, 77, I think, by a country mile. It's absolutely no contest in my mind that they have been just so on it when it comes to maintaining the pace. Unfortunately for them, they've never managed to ascend right to the top of the tables. And because of that, maybe they may struggle to come towards the top in the finals, but I'm very much expecting to see them there, and I'm expecting them to be placing potentially close to a podium after this one, Blank, as they continue to ascend these tables. They are behind S2G, but they are catching up with Team Spirit, and they're looking to set their sights also on IWNRX.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising with how much they've been able to get done in such a short amount of time. Playing path from Kameshki down towards Farm. So, yeah, I would say this is a little bit kinder overall for a lot of our squads, which is nice to see. Seems to be pleased with this one. I think we do see... Actually, no, I don't think it's one of our teams that drop out towards northeast side of Kameshki, but it is available to some of these squads.
Yeah, it's Zeus. Yeah, they're dropping out. I think Zeus are going to Kameshki on the northeast. Plain path. Going to be from that northeast side down towards Sosnovka military base. As we're on board, look at that. We're tracking the fall. We're going through the clouds, Blank. That fin on his hat, on his hood, that's aerodynamics right there.
Yeah, zooming
that's
down.
Extra control.
Very cool. Zeus already out though. In their vehicles, heading up towards Kameshki and Stalbert, getting double loot on board. Nice and easy for them. Na'Vi and Brute Force down towards Sosnovka. Makes sense, right? On the end of this plane path, with Vibes heading out over towards Milta, and Heroic in this instance don't have to fight against them. They can take up Lipovka in that residence, so nice and easy for them to get on with their game from that position.
East plane path, east circle. It pops centered over towards the shelter area, just out to the east of Potato Hill. A little bit further than that. Catches all of that Milta Peninsula in it and keeps ruins in all the way out on their west. Not going to be going to the military island with this circle. Virtus Pro, they drop out and seemingly looking to maybe go as far as Primorsk, but I mean, you could just pull up in Ferry Pier at this point. Given that the circle is further east, you know that teams aren't really going to be pushing too far out. And no team at the moment seems set to even go towards Ferry Pier. So do you even go towards Ferry Pier at all? It seems like Virtus Pro are certainly going to stop off for a little bit of loot along the way. The question is, how much further out do they go? Because they will have to retrace their steps. The further west they go, the further east they'll have to come back.
Yeah, again, it's one of those situations where you opt for a slightly better looting position. And I think, honestly, for Virtus Pro, they are fairly accustomed to playing over on that western side. Preventing people from following them there. Taking out some of the vehicles. Nasty business.
I mean, they know that they're going to be picking up new vehicles over wherever they decide to go. They can certainly grab a load around Primorsk. There's a lot available for them on the way, so why not take that potential out? Because either way, you're just going to be running fuel down. They could have picked it up on the way back, but nah, didn't want to go for that. They were just deciding to go for this instead. Brute Force over in Novo. This bridge hold might be more difficult for them. Last match, we saw Twisted Minds go all the way out to Vibes in Milta Power, who had a hot drop earlier with Heroic, and didn't leave that bridge guarded at all, which meant the Brute Force could just get through very, very cleanly into the mainland. This time around, though, Twisted Minds could definitely take up residence and be much more of a barrier for brute force.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something that needs to be considered going into these games. Brute force might want to consider taking Western Bridge alongside with Na'Vi, but again, they can wait this game out. I think it only becomes a really big deal if the circle moves hard down towards the south here. In which case, that bridge camp becomes a little bit more valuable because you'd have to leave the circle, potential more points. So ideal situation for brute force would be for this circle to head further up towards that north side on Yaz, so a very similar circle to our last one at least.
Certainly could be. And it would be a very different dynamic in that same circle as well, though, if it does end up being there, because we haven't lost so many players early. We haven't been shaving off numbers. So those rotational paths in would be very much more contested, especially on that south side. I would expect it to be so, but right now, everybody very much worn out from that last match, I think it's safe to say. So we're going in towards stage 2 and unlikely to see too much conflict, other than maybe the bridge crossing if brute force opt to go for it.
Yeah, most teams are honestly with the playing path over towards the eastern side. This game just becomes a case of get across to wherever you need to be to loot up and then go from there. For RCB though, because they were so close to it, they opted to pick up Alamo, and I don't mind this at all.
So got 2 tangos on the radar. What do we do? That's fine. Leave him. Don't do anything.
I mean, the rest of S2G's coming in, yeah.
Yeah, he's waiting for his team. You may sometimes question why he's not going for these shots. He's waiting for the ability to have multiple people take shots all at the same time against RCB. But surely he gets spotted. Does he not get spotted there? Is this out? I mean, sure.
Might just not be something that you're looking for off in the distance, to be honest.
Then what are you looking for off in the distance?
Yeah, loot.
Yeah, behind the rocks. Okay.
A bit of schloot on the top side.
Bit of schlooting.
Yeah, I think Gazelle now sees... He sees the cars, so the game's... The jig is up for S2G and to send away. Get a compound on the northern side. And I think for S2G, this also makes sense with the fact that, look, you're in the circle. Do we have to gatekeep a team right now, or do we just take a spot that we know is probably open? And I think that's the wise decision coming through from S2G to do that.
77 in the hills around Trovo 2030 right now, trying to get a little bit closer to the east side, a little bit closer to the middle of the circle, playing terrain instead of compounds for 77 right now. Trovo 2030 fairly split and not going to have that full regroup potential. Not just yet anyway, but 77, okay, they fully back off of this. They decide they don't want anything to do with this engagement.
Send it out.
Bit too tall.
He gets it in.
Yeah, I mean, fair play.
I think he realizes his mistake, though.
Yeah.
I can get it in, but I can't get it out.
That's not going to go well. He might just turn it into a convertible. Sorted.
Yeah, tear the roof off. Tear the roof off. For Twisted Minds, they're going to still hold this, as we assumed from earlier. And Brute Force will wait for stage 2. That's smart, actually. I like that. From Brute Force.
Pre-firing the angles.
Well, yes, but also just taking shots over towards the top side of the bridge. They know Twisted Minds play this. So it's a case of pretending to know that they're there. So Twisted Minds might pull off it. But the shots went so far wide and nowhere near near Lord. I think it's probably a case of like, they don't know. They probably have no clue.
They have no idea, right? They have no idea that we've been playing this position against them for 3 weeks.
I mean, his exact spot.
Oh, well, yeah, I suppose. But they're going to be checking. Hard southwest shift. That's going to change things up a little bit. So we're not going back up towards the Yas fields. Ah, they didn't know about Coops. They might not know about Lords. But secretly, Team Twisted Minds have 4 players rather than just 1.
They get 3 players through, though, which is okay for them. And I'll say that again, I think with the way, as soon as they see this circle, they're like, great, we just make the cross. Because we need to move up into a position. And in this case, for Twisted Minds, they actually get held out here. Because they need to move. They need to leave. Ralph isn't quite able to hold out for his team at Redox, but it should be a quick and easy res for him.
Back and right in the vehicle. Limbo still just hanging out the window. It's like, you sort out orientation, I'll sort out the gunplay.
I think we're going to see very central spot. Yeah, oh, look at that. We both had the exact same idea. What was going on?
I mean,
here?
it's important information.
It
Conveyed
is.
double time.
Yeah.
What do you say it? You say it again.
Well, again, I mean, for this plateau, in terms of the high ground they hold, it's actually a very, very good spot for them. This isn't always the easiest of positions to actually aggress onto. This is the only real problem. There is also a compound in front of them, though, for Enigma Galaxy. Which can become a bit of an issue because it has sight lines over towards the windows. Slightly covered off by a tree line. That's about it.
RCB. 2 eliminations so far this match. A scrap with S2G on their hands. Kelsey and Hamzy trying to survive this one. But the nades are rolling forwards towards them. This nade from Silas. Okay, they think he's outside the compound. They don't realize he's in behind this sandbag set. Otherwise, I think that nade would have been a 100% knock rate. Huge success. Yeah, they have no... surely they can't have any idea that Hamzy's inside the compound already. This could be dangerous. Steps up, spray onto Loxy, and now they know. He's up to the truck while challenging from the window. The spray is looking good. Or remember that there's still Hamzy. No, they don't actually have Kelsey. He does get spotted, and that should be the 100% knock rate. As exactly as I thought it might be as soon as they knew he was there. That's a perfectly easy nade for them. The res can come through. Falcons, they're not going to be able to third party this because Silas has already gotten Loxy back to his feet.
Yeah. Already back up in action. RCB. Good position for them. Over on this north side. And RCB want to put up some more points. Circle heads towards Potato Hill. It's been a while since we've seen an actual Potato Hill finish. I'm personally happy to see it. I'm all for it.
What about impersonally? Professionally?
Professionally, I'm pleased to see it.
Well, there you go. Not happy, pleased. I think that's much more democratic word, for sure.
Thank you.
Yes. You are welcome. Zeus, they're pleased to see Kevin. And they'll see him twice for the shots, getting that knock as well. Taking a look at this, Limbo Boom. Spraying onto... He connects that on a full move. That's kind of slick. You don't see that too often.
No, you don't. You do not. For Zeus. Again, a res up and going. Na'Vi also on the southern side of this map, around where 77 is currently playing. A lot of awkward terrain for teams down towards the south side of the map to actually traverse through. So wait and see what they can get done about it. Black Esports all on their lonesome to the western side of Potato Hill. Not a lot of teams around that area, so they are kind of free to do whatever they like on that side of the map. I'd hope it was scouting, though.
So it would seem. Maniac dashing out. Dokuma backed off the angle for Footballers Chaos. Zeus are trying to find their way into this circle still. But they're not really getting too much other than putting pressure onto Footballers Chaos and crunching them towards the circle. Still have to make their way through. Heroic, Team Falcons now. Conflict This is inside this next circle. But they're arguing over who gets the compound. An outpost from Footballers Chaos is trying to move in to get a little view here. I think that's Falconist all the way up on the north point for them. So there is a third party to potentially pop off here. Heroic, they lost a player earlier on. So they are only on 3. RCB taking heavy shots over towards Twisted Minds as well, as they're corralled into danger. Silas putting nades down range. This is going to be an easy pickup and a spray down. Getting 5 eliminations on side for RCB now.
Yeah, a couple of good ping outs from them. Robs takes the tumble and will have to get out the vehicle. Because RCB should be able to follow on top of that. Zeus again clearing quite nicely over towards the eastern side, but they do take a knockdown from Molotov. Here's Falcons on your screen. It's Walsh with a weapon this time around.
Has Jafar as well. Falcons still with 3 players, 2v3 on this engagement. Remember, Heroic were already down a player at the start of this fight. They're trying to pull this one back. Forcing Ragnar back for the res means they're in a temporary 2v2, but that's now concluded, meaning that they have 4 sightlines to worry about again. Walsh not going to get hit by that nade, waiting on the inside, camping it out. Ragnar steps forwards, gets burned down, does get the spray and the confirm, and Walsh holds his nerve. Doesn't step forwards too far. Now he's going to go in, but there's a player on his side swipe. Will fall. Can Jafar do anything now? Is the nade is cooking. Trying to find it onto the outside, waiting for them to step into the yard, but it bounces way too far away. 3 players underneath him. Drops down for 1. Jafar not going to find another as he's swept aside. Falcons with all 4 of their players alive on the east side. Footballers Chaos getting ahead of them. The next circle shifts out to their northwest.
This is away from everybody. So there's going to be a huge amount of fighting down towards that southeast side because they have to wrap on the eastern edge of Potato Hill. Teams that are slightly close to the circle realize that they just need to get gone right now.
Nade over to Yekta for Fireflux, confirming that point. RCB with a wide split on this eastern side. And they're keeping a lot of teams locked in because of this. They're pushing Falcons down. Falcons not able to rotate north, which in turn compresses vibes over towards Enigma Galaxy and forces everyone over towards this Potato Hill position. This exertion of pressure from RCB is creating the conflict that we're seeing now. Fireflux trying to summit Potato Hill. It's gone pretty well because VirtusPro didn't have too much ground held up towards this south side.
No, I think VirtusPro again, it's a difficult crossing up towards the northern edge. Gonna have to lie down, be silent here as Fireflux continues to roam around, scouting for players they know are down towards that southern edge of Potato Hill. Scarface just keeps making passes. A little bit difficult to see VirtusPro though. And now there is another team in the wings. It's Black Esports who've been outside of the engagements for a long time. They've headed up towards this position for ages. Lovely double spray down from Silas, and again, so I'm saying that he certainly hasn't really missed a beat since he started playing this game. One of the few players that actually has stayed very competitive throughout his entire career.
Yeah, he's definitely a name to be worried about when you see him popping up in the elimination feed. Ali,
what?
Why would you do that? I mean, what could you possibly think was going to happen there? I'm very confused by that. Falcons and Hope as well. I mean, he's stage 4, so sure, it's not going to tick super hard. He's got that first aid already going. Calculated. That one's fine. That one's fine. But Ali just fumbles.
Yeah, and gets flushed because of it. So, yeah. Curious one there from Falcons. Silas will find another. Actually, RCB will just rip to shreds the entirety of Falcons. Finding 9 eliminations on this match. This is unbelievably good stuff. I mean, RCB, we said at the start of the day it would be difficult. Game 3, they're already almost there, taking over VirtusPro.
Zell does get flushed, unfortunately, which means they are only on 3 players. VirtusPro are all 4, but with still 11 teams alive, there is a big potential for them to go down here with 0, having not found any elimination points so far. Victor, the last for vibes, with Enigma Galaxy going on through. SnowX was able to do the Falcons dirty last time, but he's not able to return the favor for them. That will be vibes going out. Black are trying to sweep across. Na'Vi crunching in behind, making that very, very difficult. Two players of theirs already down. The challenge from Lemon. The nade goes long, forces Lewis wide, and potentially into the path of a sweeping buggy. Not going to be connecting this time. Flip pops out, worried about the rundown. He's already shimmying down the hillside, but hits the deck, waits for the ammo to run dry, and it's going to be good for one. The PP Bison for a second as well. Poser is still there. Two players from Na'Vi. Black were maybe under too much pressure here, but Fireflux going to move across from the top of Potato Hill, position their forces out to the west side, and maybe allow Virtus Pro to usurp that position atop the hill if they stay too long in this engagement.
Black Esports. 2 players down. Make that another flushed. And it almost looked okay for them. There's a res coming through, and Na'Vi's going to get the full squad reset. RCP plays it towards that northeast side, and 77 continues to put up regular points as they find a decent spot over towards the north. Realistically, just having to hold out. Versus Trovo 2030, another double spray down from RCB.
Just add the tallies. Double digits on the elims right now on the northeast side. Doing very well. I mean, Wild's got the compound under control that sits on the hills descending from Potato Hill, and that's basically the only really strong position here, other than the top of Potato Hill itself, and that currently is still very much undecided, with at least 4 teams looking to potentially be able to take that one away. You've got Fireflux, you've got Virtus Pro, Enigma Galaxy, and whoever wins this fight, which by all rights should have been Na'Vi a while back, but Black Esports, they're putting up a fight. That PP Bison, difficult to deal with.
Very difficult to deal with. Wild finding looks. It's just more and more points thrown over towards RCB. It's one of the few games so far, though, where Virtus Pro hasn't gone down early, so we'll be profiting alongside RCB, but the scoreline of 11-1 does not look great.
Na'Vi able to finally dispatch Black Esports, but Lemon is down. They're playing as 3. A lot of teams know where they are. Fireflux sending their attention their way. Malloy now with a chance to hold off. Clipped by the tire. Redox gets the rundown. Narvalo spray down onto Koa, and Virtus Pro are starting to fumble. Icy, nade up top, high HP. He's the only chance they've already got here, because the off angle's looking unhealthy. Koa finally down, and it's just Icy up. If Virtus Pro go down here, they only get the 1, but there's racking up a second point now, and they are really trying to hold on for dear life. Another nade up high. Icy nearly runs into it, but he gets away. The spray down, the challenge from Ralph. Another nade pouring in from beneath as he's going to go over the lip and straight into Fireflux. Everybody's going to have to move. Another nade here. 7 teams remain, and Icy falls.
Virtus Pro out in 7th place, 2 eliminations, and RCB looking to go further. That first place being taken away from them is so upsetting, as it likely will be after this match.
They still got a little way to close. I mean, they were 15 points behind at the start of the game, but you can see at the top there, that gap has shrunk. Virtus Pro on 212 on the points so far. So they're going to have to jump up a little further.
RCB currently holding a pretty strong spot over towards that northeast side with 5 teams remaining. Dokuma in a very lonesome position right now. Silas continues to clear out on the edge.
Navallo behind the rocks here. Ketch wants to blast him out. Ooh, I thought that was beyond the rock, but no, Navallo has cover. And the nade coming in gives the game away. Fireflux are still close by, and they cover off one another yet again. Enigma Galaxy still have to descend. Fireflux have got Scarface as a forward's position. Ketch steps into the fire. Has to back off, stop, drop, and roll.
Slurix, I think, is a good idea where he is. And they're outside the circle as well, so we'll be forced to move as Scarface sends over towards that northern side. Trovo 2030 with a fairly strong lineup on the northwest, and they spot Scarface coming into the circle. Will take taps over towards him, but he makes it's a hard cover behind a loot crate.
Galaxy. Finding the shots, but Ragnarok may be able to. Lovely shot from Yusuf. They were taking the team shots there. An immediate flush as well with the DP at range. Lovely to see it. Trovo 2030. They are also a team that is fairly low down on those bonus points, on those league ranking points rather. And they want to try and claim as many as possible to stay safe from the teams trying to bite at their heels, especially with Black Esports getting some decent performances out, certainly on the last match, less so this time around.
Scarface. Whoa, Navallo. Doesn't miss those often, but today is that day, apparently.
Silas.
Yeah, that's
Wrong direction.
Accidental grenade.
Oh, Loxy drives right over it. Oh, that's nasty. Doesn't quite get the knock onto Dokuma, which would be the flush.
Imagine if he had another grenade.
Yeah, that would have been great. 5 teams remain. Scarface, last player for Fireflux, Trovo 2030, with the longest move to do.
Yeah, over towards the northwest side. And they do need to move in at some point. This is a problem Trovo 2030 sometimes has, is a lack of action when it is very much needed. RCP is great at controlling these kind of end circles. They take a lot of space, they get a lot of scouting done, understand the lay of the land and go from there.
Side swipe onto Marcelo. He dips out into the blue zone. That's not going to be okay. They're going to have to move up the hill for RCB, back up to the cover, into the buggy. Late zone, so you do need to get fast out of that blue. A lot of damage taken, but they want to risk it for the vehicle opportunity. Into the monster truck, and Loxy catches Cattell over the dashboard there. Ralph spots another and actually takes the point away. Fireflux trying to get that last spray down, but will fall. A 1v1. And we're down to, well, what is likely to be 3 as Ragnarok may get the first aid off. No, not going to happen.
Not allowed. Will be taken out. For Trovo 2030, man. Come on, guys. There's a game they could have had. Enigma Galaxy moves over towards Dokuma. It does get taken down, but instantly, like I said before, RCB have a good eye of where everyone is located. Ralph spotted up the hill, but a shot over towards Ralph does turn this into a 2v3.
12 eliminations so far for RCB. If they're able to pick up these 3, it would be 15, but they need to pick up Silas first, potentially. Navallo's still running over open ground. No one with a firm control on the center of this circle. Silas is still in there. A wide sweep. Enigma Galaxy are looking to take them on 1 by 1. This is smart from Enigma Galaxy. They get the flush, and now Wild has to go for this 1v3. He drops back. He knows he needs to play off the cover of the sightlines from Loxy. He repositions downhill. This ridgeline there, going to keep them at bay, but Navallo flanking around the edge as well keeps this one guessing. There's a low ammo count for Loxy as well. I saw he had low shotgun shells in there, so it needs to be very careful about the fights that you take. And with this switcheroo, Navallo has dead center of the final circle.
Yeah, Navallo plays a dangerous game, but a smart one at that. Wild is basically the clutch factor here. 5 nades. Also not a huge amount of ammo to work with, but there's those 5 nades that are going to be extremely strong for them. Loxy has to make a desperate move.
Gets to the rock. Wow, okay. Maybe able to heal a little bit further, but he's still out on the zone. He does have the shots from the uphill position, but that's going to allow Wild to move in with those nades. A first shot from Wild. Steps out with the PP Bison. Up the hill, Ralph tries to get back to his high ground position, but everybody's left the center of the circle now. The smokes are blooming. That's going to allow a little bit of transitional strength. As Loxy's still on the high ground. Spray down from Ralph. Not going to quite do the full job. As the Molotov to keep them at bay. Loxy wants the heal before he has to move. Ralph knows he's there. SnowX knows he's there. Everybody aware of all the positions in play. And it's all on who has to move first. Right now, Enigma Galaxy closer to the circle with Ralph.
Snoix taking shots towards Loxy, just keeping him penned in, and the circle will push him out of that position. It's gave them a chance to stay in this game for a little bit longer, but that is about it. Wild, very low HP, will finally go down. Now Loxy has to make a bid for this game.
He does not have a lot of ammo to play with. I think he's only got 5 rounds now in the shotgun. 4 as it is ticking down. Getting that flush is confirmed. Will spray up towards the high ground, but Ralph still with the cover. Steps out wide, and with his last remaining bullets, able to breathe life back into this game for them. 15 rounds now as he's spraying down towards Snoix. He was able to dispatch the Falcons, and we're into a 1 versus 1. The death crate is there. He could resupply on the ammo. He's got more opportunity now to make this one work. Loxy will not have the HP on his side. The blue zone crunching them both, and Snoix halts behind the tree. Loxy has to make the first move. It's a broad peak. He's going to have to make it.
Not much you can do here. I think for Loxy, there's really no hard cover to run to either. If there are smokes, that's what he needs. He can push up to the vehicle too. That's his other option. Ralph gives him valuable ammo. Good shot.
Big hit.
Him down. Oh my days. And they do it again.
RCB snatched that one back. Enigma Galaxy with some intelligent rotates around the hillside, but they put pressure on RCB, and they are not worried. Put Loxy on the top of the hill. He's on the high ground, and they take it back. Not only that, but they ascend to the first place position.
It is an extremely silly game. The rotate from this is the thing, is that I like the way RCB plays these endgame circles, because a lot of times it's a case of we need to make this play if we want to win the game. They don't just wait around to take a second place. It's a case of Loxy, you need to rotate around so you can give me information of when he's peaking, when to run out. And Loxy's like, yeah, it's a 20% chance that this goes horribly wrong and I get sprayed down from all angles, but it's the only play we can make right now. And sometimes they can just pull it off well enough that they're able to clinch out these final games. And for Loxy, Ralph technically ends up being the final nail in the coffin for him, because Loxy without ammo, very weak. Loxy with ammo, that's strong.
I mean, even without ammo, he seemed pretty capable there. He handled Ralph around the rock with a third-party angle. That was kind of crazy that he was able to beat out Ralph on that high ground. I'm sure we're going to see that replay in just a moment. But these were the crucial picks. Wild with that PP Bison onto Narvalo, getting that spray down, so important. And finally able to step up. He only had 14 rounds left after that spray peak. So even with the resupply, he had to swap out for the UMP. And 3,374 damage, 15 eliminations. RCB are making Virtus Pro look like toddlers in this lobby right now.
Yeah, they have sort of come out from nowhere and really put on a massive show for us here. So very, very well done to them. 25 big old points at the top there. Enigma Galaxy underneath them with 15 and Fireflux with 11. But yeah, the story is definitely over towards RCB once again. What an outplay towards the end of the game there.
Yeah, absolutely. A really, really strong performance. 25, a second chicken dinner for RCB. This is how you make a bid for the top of the tables. And remember those PMGC placements as well. Virtus Pro, we thought they kind of had it locked up, especially with how their week 3 was going at the start of things. But today, they have just not been there. They've had a 0-point game, a 2-point game, and now a 3-point game so far. And RCB, I think they've earned, what, like 50 at least so far in our first 3 matches.
Yeah, I got 3k damage. What is that? Yeah, that's very much so an insane scoreline from RCB. Wow, well done to them.
You love to see it. I mean, that is all RCB all day. And it goes back to some intelligent play out on that northeast side to allow them to have that sort of strength of position, to maintain that compound. The amount of pressure that they put on forced everybody to go to that Potato Hill fight from that eastern side. The north kind of took care of itself. That was a little bit less their responsibility and other teams going at it. But still, that was really, really something special from RCB. They really want this top spot. They want to go into the final strong. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with the MVP showdown from yesterday's call-out match. We'll see you in a few minutes.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green.
We've got a little bit of a breather from the Battlegrounds. I know RCB, they've been fantastic on the Battlegrounds, but now we've got to take a look at how they perform in the Warehouse, as it was, I believe, Loxy who was able to win out the MVP title yesterday.
That he was. Very well done to him, but we had a little bit of longer break than we do usually before TDMs, but we will be getting back into it very shortly with some more action. Actually, it is our last bit of action on the Warehouse. Unfortunately for you guys, is our rankings. Wow, Virtus Pro, 2 in a row.
Yeah, they were able to get 2 MVP days on their previous matches. Not able to get a third, unfortunately. I mean, they could potentially maybe get it today, but it would have to be a long run for it. It's RCB. They called out Zeus, and at the moment, it looks like Zeus are definitely going to be at a disadvantage in terms of the performances. RCB are on massive hot streaks. They cannot be stopped, seemingly. Will it be different in a different format of gameplay?
Team match, let's go.
That's the question. I think, though, honestly, RCB sort of leveled up.
Yeah.
In a big way.
They've been able to pull out some miracles a couple times. Although seemingly, some of the time, it's fairly effortless on multiple fronts. 4 eliminations found. Starting out, even Stevens. No one drawing out to a very early lead. It's going back and forth. A conversation right now in the Warehouse. Zeus do have the 1-point advantage. Make that 2, so maybe a small lead now found for the challenged.
Eight to 6. So it hasn't gone as one-sided as I thought it would. Over towards.
Only getting beginning.
Yeah, that's right. This is only the start. Things here. Shots over towards Aaron. Look at that. It absolutely is going back and forth.
It is neck and neck all the way up. Finally, Zeus able to not get a clean 2 points out just yet. They still need Darken to get that healing on before the trades come on through. Before they can claim those 2 points are clean. Wild trying to dash and actually taking a lot of heavy hits on the sidelines. This is definitely a clean lead now for Zeus. Wild still a thorn in their side, however, and they do need to be careful, but they shut him down across the way. 5-point lead for Zeus.
Beautiful stuff. I don't think the RCB expected this. RCB has been one of the only teams that got shut down by Team Spirit. The challengers getting destroyed, and maybe it feels like RCB just can't play Warehouse.
I mean, they don't really need to for the overall overarching tournament, right? And Seemingly, it's not going to matter too much to them, but still 4 points behind, and especially against Zeus, who definitely showing some prowess here. Wild does not want that. Turns back around on the peak. Equalizers are starting to be found, though. We're back to 21 to 22, so neck and neck once more. Silas drawing out some shots. They're crossing. They're playing pretty wild with it right now, if you'll pardon the pun. As Wild is able to rack up an elimination. Instantly traded, though. Still 2 points more for Zeus. They put a third on.
Yeah, well done. I mean, to be fair, bring it back like this is always a bit troublesome, especially when you're the challenger. The pressure is absolutely on to take home that $500. Arita gets toppled. Top side of the train.
Great crossfires now starting to play together, and a 4-point lead balloons out of seemingly nowhere for RCB. They push back to Zeus's spawn. They push back into this position to hold around the side. A light up. They try to go for a 1-2 trade, but it just goes very poorly. However, there still is that backline. Loxy, he managed to sneak one through around the edge. And 3 points in the lead still. 32 points, 8 needed.
It's me. RCB. 35, 36 now.
Whoa.
Sending it towards the top side. This has been a very quick match, actually. It's 6 minutes 33 left on the clock. It has been all action all the time.
And Regden Kaya Bra just come back storming from a 5-point deficit. Now with 1 point needed, all they need is to find these trades. Loxy, you don't need to peek. Just wait for your teammates to be there, and you know you can win it out on a trade. Beautiful comeback from RCB after what was a pretty sluggish start. They start playing together, and it works out well. They win their warehouse call-out challenge, adding $500, and the final TDM challenge goes their way. Big hearts to you all.
Well, Silas like rounds up all the boys. He's like, "Come on, guys, it's time to do the thing."
For love.
That's right.
Always got time for love. Regnum Kaya they lost their call-out towards Team Spirit, so they took a different decision this time around, and still didn't go super easy, but they cleaned it up in the end.
They did. So very well done to RCB. Get themselves an extra $500 on the table, which they'll be pleased about, certainly, going forward here. But we'll be going to a break for a little bit before we head back into our next game. So we'll see you there very soon. Ta-ta now.
league stage has drawn to a close for Sandhawk, and we're about to do the same for Erangel because we have one more match of it left to play, and then we'll be moving over to Miramar for our final day here of week 3 before we decide the 16 teams that will be moving on for our finals. We are going to be going into it fairly soon, but let's take a look at these overalls because there has been a big switch up. First place has been usurped. The Titans Virtus Pro have been toppled, and it's Regnum Kaya to challenge them not only on the points, but also getting close on the chicken dinners too.
I know, for RCB 219 for chicken dinners, it has been an absolute sprint for them at the end of this week. And fair play to them. They're desperate to pick up those big money points towards the end and grab the 20 points that is available in terms of the league ranking points for themselves, to give them those extra available points, many points in this in this description for the finals. Either way, RCB get big score, top table, more score available, start of finals.
Maybe many money
Yeah.
on them for pocket, spend on car, or anything else that they so choose. Maybe paying for their tickets over towards PMGC. You know, if they scan that QR code, they wouldn't have to spend as much of it. It's a 40% discount on the early birds, you know. If you've been missing those call-outs, make sure that you do find those in the stream, because your QR codes can get you an early bird discount, 40% off for your tickets to PMGC later on this year. Make sure you're checking that out. If you want to head over to London, Severny to Primorsk is where the plane path will be heading this time around for the final trip over the grassy pastures for our league stages.
And we're heading out there right now with teams heading from Severny at the top side down towards Primorsk in the southwest region. And we do have Virtus Pro being able to drop out nice and early over there. Rozhok very much available to RTB, so not too much of a trek. Ira, 2 teams racing towards the top. And with that, look at this jump. All 3 players in our top 3 for most eliminations, Azel, Wild, and Loxy, has overtaken everyone here.
It is quite spectacular for an RCB player. I thought that over the course of this week that 77 would continue to impress, and I feel like Zadira especially is a player to watch out for. They do maintain consistency, sure, and they are staying alive in these circles, but it's just been stolen away by RCB so frequently that it's starting to be a little bit troublesome. I mean, I had RCB in my top 3, and I'm gonna say that now because I feel like I just want to let everyone know that I definitely had RCB in my top 3 predicted. But after their first showings, I just wasn't super hopeful. They have really changed my mind. They have found their feet certainly this week, hopefully carrying that forwards into weeks to come, and specifically into the finals. Footballers Chaos, a little bit of a challenge, but they seem to be up to it. Zadira still alive, though, for 77. As a hot drop ensues over towards the southeast side of Rozhok.
77. Damn, taking a lot of damage here.
And after I called them consistent.
Yeah, consistently getting ripped apart, I guess, in these matches today.
They're low, but again, they're healing on. RCB, can Loxy take some more points away? Could be. He's waiting for them to peek out, but looks like they're going to go the other way and push up to the circle, which dropped up way north.
Footballist Chaos, yeah, on their rollout now. And it's a hard north circle, and for Falcons, they get a good start to their game. The Brute Force will be stealing their spot. Maybe. They actually head a little bit towards the east. They were afraid. They were afraid of the Falcons, John.
A fearsome force, to be sure, unless you're SnowX. In which case, that's probably fine. You know, just kill them. It's very easy when you're SnowX behind a tree with very little cover. Just works out for you. Brute Force. They're hunting wabbits. But he's very Waskily in the meantime. We'll be able to take a knock back towards Prepod and a bit of damage to Neos. They'll find it though. That's another pelt to their pile. 1 defeat on the tally for Brute Force.
Interesting.
Engagement or metaphor?
Metaphor.
I agree.
That's reasonable. Good shots though at the start of this one. And there was some slicing and dicing going on as well, so we can't really ignore that. Zeus on our screens. Over towards the northeast side, just sat underneath Stalbert right now. Brute Force very close to them. Haven't opted to do anything too crazy just yet. S2G still gunning to get ahead of IWX. It's felt like that for a while now though. Come on guys, it's not too many points.
Virtus Pro. They need to kickstart. They need a kickstart. Where's it going to come from, though? Because no one really is been leading today. Koa, in general, I think has been their leading player in terms of performance. He's, I think, currently their highest-rated MVP candidate. And compared to the rest of the lobby, I think there's a couple of teams that overshine them in that aspect. I think over the course of the entire tournament, 77, again, just maintaining consistency. Although today, they haven't had the best of times, and they have gotten into some later circles, but haven't really been big, haven't really been loud. And remember, they're a team that's been chasing to try and get over Team Spirit to earn a load more bonus points and to potentially push up over IWNRX, but they've just been so slow at the start of today.
Yeah, unfortunately as well, right? And I think that when you look at it like that, it is a bit sad to see them start out the first 3 games and not able to transition too much over. So I'm just looking at Trover 2030, eyeing up Twisted Minds.
Got set in their sights. But Twisted Minds, they're creeped out by it. They're like, ooh, no, I don't like this. Something's a cold draft on my neck. I need to get out of here.
Escape. As fast as possible. Robs. It's back in the vehicle. Backs it up. I don't like this position at the best of times. But if the circle center's up on it, it is technically one of the last locations that you can play.
Everyone migrating to the north side of the river, but it is only 77 who have lost players now, and that was off the hot. Falcons. In not too long, they're going to be fully surrounded in Severny. Trovo 2030 taking the compound to the south point. Standard rotational option for Severny. The other one being out to that west side, to the ridge that sits on the west of Severny. Play a little bit more coastal, but that'll be further from the center of the circle. And if there's one thing we know about this lobby, they love to go towards the center.
Just fiends for it. Absolute fiends for it, I tell you. I mean, Twisted Mind's already locked down a lot of that position, though. These might be put out a little bit to get towards where they want to be. Stage 2 hasn't hit yet, so people are still just roaming around. Not quite sure where to play just yet. Just finding spots that are open and are close to that center.
Not too many crossfires being established now. I mean, Falcons losing a player. And again, 77 losing a lot off the rip. Heroic now moving in towards that ridgeline to the west of Severny, and Falcons' options are dwindling, but they've already got that outpost out to the east now with the moves that they made from Severny, which is going to allow Heroic into a really nice edge position here. Might be a little bit dense in the middle for them to be able to find a shot through if they have to go for a rotate out that way. The next circle coming in. I'm looking at Virtus Pro and Na'Vi down on the southwest side, and I think that could be troublesome. Circle, fairly kind to a lot of teams, and Heroic will have to move, so potential for them to make a misstep here, because there's a lot of teams waiting for them ahead.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, again, to be honest with you, a lot of the circles today have been very rough for teams that play Edge, because they haven't really had too much availability for some serious wide ramps or just edge play, because so many teams can just get towards a strong spot early, and it's not like you're just left high and dry out in the open where, let's say shooting range, for instance, is an awesome place for a team on the edge to play, because they can really capitalize off skirmishes that happen in that location and then pick themselves up a really strong spot and be the only team in that location. With this one though, you can already see so many squads are just hunkered down, heels dug in.
RCB, definitely not the least of which right now. 2-2, which is quite an interesting decision to go for. I mean, you can control the roll-ups onto that gas station position from behind, the ridgeline that they have on their forward position. I mean, at this circle you can do it. I think in 2 circles' time it would be very, very dangerous. Next circle, it's a question mark depending on the surrounding information that you have. But for now, the 2-2 I like. RCB going to be playing 2 up, 2 down here. And actually the fact that there's very few people going to be crossing from Yasnaya makes that backstop position a little bit safer, and the position up the hill as well.
Wow, that was an instantaneous pop out over towards Hamzy. And again, S2G faltering at the start of the game, John. They are not having a good time of it so far. Losing Hamzy, who's been one of the more successful players on the squad, is rough, to say the least.
Virtus Pro with Vibes upstairs. Vibes have been pretty good on these hot drops so far, but this isn't quite a hot drop. This is into the mid game. Or the early / mid game. First rotational phase, but Vibes still with a chance to take it down. A really funky nade out the back of the window there, but Icy eats lead in response, and also the back line's getting taken low. As Virtus Pro have 2 players down. Koa trying to step one in, hopping through the vehicles to get to his teammate. Victor loses sight of him. Oh, good, just about able to switch it around as everybody goes down, and Vibes win out a fight with Virtus Pro again. Another 0-point game.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on in the Virtus Pro camp at the moment. And again, the only thing I can attribute it to is the current circles and the way they're set up. And I think Virtus Pro needs to realize that they need to move much, much quicker towards these ones. Potentially was the case for Virtus Pro. Just a lot of our circles were much more available to be played on the edge.
Zeus playing with 2. Eren already on the north side of Yasnaya, because this shift has really changed the dynamic now. Team's trying to dash back, not really knowing which side of the river it's going to end up on. It felt fairly confident to be up to the north, but these maneuvers now, all important. RCB split all of a sudden weakened, as they do not hold a position over on the east side. Fireflux trying to take the compound just to the east side of that bridge around Yasnaya. Enigma Galaxy trying to push in past this gas station. Very, very heavily controlled terrain now in this area, as RCB, they take a knock from across the way.
For RCB, it doesn't really matter too much in this game. I mean, they'd like to get ahead of Virtus Pro, but the way Virtus Pro is currently playing, I don't know how possible that is. However, we still have Miramars left remaining, and Virtus Pro typically has some of their strongest games on that map, John.
Back Esports spraying out, swapping sides there, letting the panels eat the bullets. Don't need to take it to the chest instead. Unnecessary damage, but treacherous paths ahead for many, I'm sure. potential to play up to the cliff sides. Twisted Minds with the overlook on all of that lake that sits to the northwest of Yasnaya. Pretty strong position from them, but there's still uphill positions that can really do some damage to them. So Brute Force take their shots out that way. Twisted Minds could be in trouble. Trovo 2030 still embroiled with Black Esports on the northwest shorelines of this lake. And there's Kakali eating a lot of damage. Twisted Minds, yeah, they do. Twisted Minds actually going all the way over towards Yasnaya, leaving their high ground cliff position. So just going to go down that. Unfortunate.
Very much so.
Ill-timed, I would say.
Yeah. Obviously, this is a pretty... Ooh, yeah, Lockseat. Yeah, a little bit too overzealous there. Sat on the outside edge. Yeah, this is a really quite disgusting circle to have to play because it's directly on top of Yaz Lake. It could go anywhere. The rotations are not easy.
Oh my goodness. Plenty of spring in their step, but Vibes right now trying to just find these shots of Mazzaro as well. Just eating so much damage, and finally you step out into the yard, a little reload, you go too far away from each other, and you are exposed to the hops, and Victor finally finds his footing. Cattell still trying to play the old bounce around, and Marcelo finally lighting up on an off angle. 2 players down for Vibes, he dashes on in. Falcons want to try and play here, but Ali cut across. You can't get through, not without a ticket. Ragnar denied entry. Brute Force as well, flowing in behind. That's the 4th team now into this engagement on the northwest side as the shift to this angle makes teams antsy to get over here.
Goodness me, Vibes survived with just the one player after one of the weirdest fights that we have seen in a while.
A full 4 res? Question mark?
Maybe. Freezer, 5 limbs. Is this Brute Force's time to shine?
Vibes are getting back up. They're slowly recuperating.
I think they might have lost 1.
Oh, that's sad.
A little bit. Freezer's having a peek on over, though.
More points for me. Maybe. You line up your shots. They're very much penned in here. So it's either now or later, but the question is, do Brute Force want to stick around? Playing as 4, they've got a 2-1-1 split right now, with oversight on all of the rotations from the east side of the lake, with Prepod and Neos. They're controlling this western flank, so no sweeping coming on through. They're relying on Black Esports and RCB to contain the ground beneath them. So actually, this split, they can hold for a little while, and well, I say a little while, for actually quite a long while into this position. Nick the Galaxy off in the distance behind them. The main force that they're going to have to try and slow down. Vibes did get back up all the way to 3.
A very surprising result for them, considering they were in quite the horrid spot, John. And Freezer just didn't have the spot from his team because he was raring to go.
I like this position from Brute Force still. Redox trying to hold off around the side there. Goes for 1 with the DPS and then crunched by the rest of them. Heroic open up the can of worms. The can of whoop ass as well over onto that forward outpost for Nick McGalaxy. But they're a little bit lower on the player count than maybe they would like. 3 of their players alive, and RCB will be taking shots behind them out their direction.
Zeus sat over towards the bank of the lake, as are Na'Vi, but they're over towards the high ground at least, so do have shots over towards the other side. Realistically for them, this is more a case of looking down towards the bridge, making sure they keep up to date with what's going on there, but even so, it might just be a case of sending over towards Zeus. Now if Zeus can find themselves another knock, as Axa finds himself in a tricky position.
We're waiting for this next circle, really. This Brute Force hold on the north, I mean, that's going to continue to give Brute Force so much strength here. That compound on the north side that Neos is currently holding, he can solo hold this very realistically right now, because Black Esports, they sure as anything ain't going to move. which means that that western side is in deadlock. They move Prepod out to that west edge, and Neos can just take shots out at these teams over on the east side and really pick them apart, because there's very, very low chance that they actually make it successfully to push up to that compound. There's only 2 duos over there, and they're taking shots at each other. That is Na'Vi down to 1. They want more as well.
I think, honestly, it's very surprising to me that Na'Vi was taken out in such a way. And Zeus being able to hold their own versus them. This was like, they are shooting up a hill, but realistically, Na'Vi just sends it towards that location. And I think as soon as you see what's going on down towards the bridge, that's your only option. And you just try and get up towards the rocks on the north side. But instead, they allow Zeus to just slowly but surely plink away at them.
It's got to be nerve-wracking for Marcelo. There's finally a tag on there.
I am not here.
Vibes going to be going down now. Heroic have managed to squeak in just to the south side of Brute Force's hold, but that has definitely been spotted. Prepod lobbing these nades in full vision of Marcelo, by the way, who is just super chilling out in the grass right now. He's found himself a little bit of long grass to hunker down in. A cheeky little knock as the bridge dwellers try and resurface on the south side. RCB do take a knock, but Fireflux gonna still have a difficult time moving forwards, especially with Black Esports taking shots out their way.
A lot of nades expended over towards Jafar. But every time they tried to step up, there has been shots from Black Esports on the backside. And yeah, that'll do it. One nade and a shot coming through from Freezer.
Oh,
I don't know how no one's seen him. There we go. Thank you.
Freezer, finally. Able to put an end to those shenanigans.
You telling me you've been here the whole time?
The whole time? That's crazy. And that's what that 3-player West split is going to do for them, right? They could have left 2 players. They couldn't have done that against Heroic. They couldn't have stopped that push. Neos, they knew that they had confidence in that east side outpost, and Brute Force have played this really well from their position. They are relying on Black Esports holding down their angle, but that's a fairly reliable bet in their position. So difficult to make progress against them.
Yeah, I think for Brute Force, we have to take into account that they actually played on the north side of the map anyway, over towards the east. And we're playing around this spot. But to be honest with you, the way that they've held these angles is very good. Freezer's playing very well, but he plays actually kind of awesomely every single game. It's the rest of the team that sometimes falls down a little bit.
A double snap. And RCB are down to 1, just Silas. Black Esports taking these shots over towards Fireflux, though, are going to make Silas's life a little bit easier to ladder up. Only 1 elimination so far for RCB. Zeus still taking these shots out their way. Catch is going to be low. I think he's going to be out as well. Has to go back into the water, but not in time. Black Esports able to find that final shutdown. That final point goes their way. It's RCB. Still with Silas, but he's outside in the blue zone. Brute Force, dominant control right now over this position. Black Esports in their little hut.
They should technically have this locked down. It's really open ground as well, actually. It's a good spot over towards Black Esports, and an instant readjustment from Freezer.
Zeus moving forwards, trying to put Eren closer. But the Brute Force hold on the outside. Just keeping so much suppressive force exerted over the rest of this south edge for 3 teams remaining. They've got 12 limbs on the cards already, Blank.
Yeah, it's a good game. It's a very good game. Trust some Eren. Does get a tag, but that's about it. Nothing more than that. The lineup was pretty thin there from Brute Force, but I think now they realize exactly where a lot of these players are, can refocus their efforts towards the eastern side of the map.
Crash hit. Okay, Brute Force want to take care of Zeus on this hillside. It's working well. Send Freezer in to deal with it. He's got you covered. Black Esports, they want to try and push Eren as well, take a point away, maybe third party, but he's going to drop down, and I think Lewis is going to have it for breakfast here. Instantly chewed through with a Mini 14. Slap bang out of the fire into the frying pan. Lewis cooks him, and Freezer now, with more pressure exerted. They've got even more outside angles onto this building. Black Esports, they're up into second, and this is very good news for them. Remember, they're a team that's chasing for a spot in those finals.
I think it's also definitely important to remember that Freezer has 9 eliminations on this game so
I
far.
think he's up to 10 with that one.
No, it's still 9.
Was that?
Still 9.
Oh, it's okay.
But
Double.
impressive. Very impressive.
Whoa.
More impressive than I'm letting on right now, by the way.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it's very impressive. He had 5 very, very early into this game. So he's added 4 more on, which is still more than anyone else on his team. Furia with the nade over to Lewis, and now there's 2 players on the inside track. Pre-quad goes down, and Kakali and Poser. I mean, we've seen what this guy can do with the Bison. A signature weapon for him. Pre-pod on the isolated angle as well. Could make it difficult, but they bring it back into control. Only 1 player now. Poser is super low. Furia spotted. Dips out as well again for that Molotov. And that nade will seal the deal. And there they go. Brute Force doing so much work on that northern side. A lovely split. Orchestrating every maneuver in that circle. Taking care of every single threat that steps their way. And Brute Force find a chicken dinner.
Yeah, big old GG to Brute Force there. What a great way to end out their game. It was so dominant as well. You can see that Freezer's just stretching. Easy game for him.
9 eliminations on the match. That is really quite something to be able to get done. I wonder how much damage it was as well. I'm sure we'll see him on the match report in one metric or another. But it was a little bit more laid back for our last lap around Erangel. Virtus Pro, they certainly were lackadaisical on that one and were only able to get, wait, checking my notes, yeah, 0 points blank.
Yeah, as usual today, it would seem. The loss on the hot drop once again on Sandhawk seemed to... I don't know what it did. It just minimized them. Minimized them, yeah. So, an unfortunate one, to say the least. RCB, though, get far into this game again. So just putting up those point tallies. And it'll be down to Miramar for the guys from Virtus Pro to catch back up again.
I'm not sure about it, you know? That was, again, a nice difference maker. 2 more maps to play. 16 eliminations for Brute Force. And a great result for them. I mean, it's, as you said earlier today, it is time for this team to step up. They have to, especially towards their expectations to defend their title here in the PMSL.
Scary for a lot of other teams when Brute Force starts getting the wheels turning, especially, you know, just before finals as well. You're worried about that type of thing.
They are, after all, the comeback kids. They really took the finals last season by storm as well, just going so quickly up those tables in the last moments. Are they going to be able to be in position to do it again? Because those bonus points, not looking, those league ranking points rather, and the points that they'll take towards the finals, not going to be super strong. They're able to get 26 points this match, however, and as you can see there, another 0 for Virtus Pro to challenge them out. So maybe one of their main competitors not having the best of times here.
No, and RCB almost feels bad at this point. They're just dragging their face through it right now, and it's just sad. It is sad for Virtus Pro going from going from such high heights to such low lows, but for Freezer that's not the case with 1300 damage and 9 eliminations. Insane match, by the way, from him, and he made it look so easy.
Yeah, he was the linchpin and the forward man on that hold on the west side for Brute Force that curtailed and contained so many of the other teams' surrounding rotations, which was really, really important for him to be able to do. Just winning out those challenges, exactly what Brute Force needed for him. This guy, of course, was rookie of the split last season. This time he's coming back a more seasoned hand, and you can see that it has definitely not been something that he's taken for granted, right? It can be sometimes easy to have a really, really strong season and go like, well, you know, I'm a star player. Like, it's you guys that are messing up. he's not going to stop. He's just going to keep on going and brute force go all the way in our last Erangel of this league stage. We're going to be going over to Miramar next after the break.
for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
Miramar up next as Virtus Pro have been having a shocker of a day to try and defend their top spot, and they know it. You can see they're a little bit laid in ruin right now. They've had a nightmare day, and RCB quite the opposite. Miramar maybe looking to change that, because this is not only their best map, but they are the best at this map as well.
Yeah, this is their insanely strong map so far, by a huge margin, ahead of the pack in every single aspect. And if there's any place that possibly Virtus Pro can bring this back, this is the one.
You'd hope so. That's what they'll be looking for this time around, an opening to make it work here for the last attack at the deserts before the finals, because even so, it's very, very likely that you're going to see them in those finals. Even if they have a huge drop-off here, they've already done enough at this stage. The competition for those bottom spots, though, is certainly raging on. I mean, you've got teams like Team Falcons, who are currently, I believe, on the bubble. They started today and this week on 11 league ranking points. Black Esports were 2 points behind them, and then you've got Vibes and Footballers Chaos also looking to chase up. Trover 2030 not out of the woods, and S2G actually uncharacteristically fairly low down, but S2G have done so much this week already, they are going to be seen quite high up on these tables.
Yeah, I think for S2G, they just need a couple more points, right? I think that's absolutely fine. The Black Esports team that keeps pumping more points on the board, though, consistently coming out on top. We've still not figured out the secret behind the pom-poms.
Yeah, we don't know.
We'll ask him in person.
Exactly. Well, they're consistent enough to make it all the way. Definitely a team that I'm expecting to be sitting strong for a place towards the PMGC group stages, given that 4 teams from these finals, or very likely 4 teams from these finals, will be already qualified through points, meaning that the qualification bubble will be 10th place out of 16 in these finals. I feel like 77 have that wrapped up.
Yeah, I think they absolutely have. I think it's almost impossible for teams to get ahead of 77 at this point. And they have played so incredibly well week to week. And they've unleashed the beast, but carefully, over their games. You can find out more about Monster Energy over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
What's he sharing there? He's sharing his toys. That's very nice. Very team-spirited. Not team spirit, but team-spirited, as in... You get what I mean. I was hopping over to... Ooh. Is that studying? I hope he's got a map underneath him that he's studying. Or it's just deep in thought. Because that is...
Yeah, I would say deep in thought.
Look.
Deep in thought.
Okay. Meditative. Contemplative.
Falcons, like we said, not having the greatest of days so far, sadly. Cooling down the hand warmer. How does it work? What are its inner mechanics?
Well, for a hand warmer to warm your hands, it has to get colder, right? Just through, laws of thermodynamics. It gets hot. I wonder if it's one of those ones that you just put in the microwave, or if it's one of those ones that's a chemical reaction.
Yeah, he was holding it in front of the fan.
Oh.
That's what.
Maybe it was just too hot. Maybe it was a fresh...
Did you just try to mansplain me?
Yeah, you don't know how it works, so I'll explain it to you. Don't worry. I'm here. I'm here to handle all things about facts.
Sorry, John.
That's my job.
I didn't realize that hot things cool down.
That's true. You can have that one for free. I'll charge you for the next one, though.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's not too expensive. Don't worry. Unlike the value that you'll get from the Infinix GT20 Pro, if you were able to cop one of those bad boys, you'll be experiencing the dual chipset and the 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, stunning visuals, excellent performance for every single one of our pros here at the PMSL EMEA 2024 fall season.
Zeus looking pretty perked up, I would say, after today's games and yesterday's. For the entirety of week 3, I think that it's just been pretty good performances. I still don't think that they have the craziest of gun skill and are on top of the lobby everywhere, but they have been consistent, and I think they improve where it counts. And that's the important thing about it.
I mean, that's the mark of a championship caliber team, right? A team that can find those consistent improvements, because even if it's not this season, it's next season. And even if it's not that season, it's the season after. And eventually, you find what you're looking for. At some point, you just got to make it work. So we're going to be hopping on over to the desert. We've got 2 of them coming up. This is the first as we go into match number 5. Teams will be locked and loaded.
Heading over towards Miramar. As we saw earlier, Virtus Pro really are the kings on this map. We'll see what they can get done here. Can they bring things back up to speed? Because that's absolutely what they need in these matches. From Campo Militar down towards Partona, very eastern plane path. So this will actually, again, support Virtus Pro over towards Porto Paraíso.
We'll give them that opportunity. And I mean, the number of Southeast circles we've seen could do more than that as well if the circle is forgiving. But we did go back over to the Chumacera Hills yesterday, so maybe that is also punish Virtus Pro for trying to take that coastal rotate. Of course, we can never know where the circle will go until it displays itself, so
We can guess.
all bets are off. Yeah, we can, but it is totally random. As we head on in. The plane path leaves Na'Vi out over Torre Hamada. Zeus are going to go for Campo Militar and play that wide split. Not too much to contest about there. Impala for Heroic. Koa may be spotted by them and could be in danger to the south point for Virtus Pro. Malloy also very, very split from the rest of his team out on that southwest edge.
Yeah, very far away from the rest of the squad here. Likely looking for vehicles. That would make the most sense to me. And we do have RCB. Oh, Salas is attempting to win this one out, but Frieza finally catches up to him as a knife is thrown at his back as well. The VSS finding at least one. That's about it. And a fresh vehicle delivered.
South shift puts Virtus Pro right on the edge of this circle, so they will not have too far to go. Teams spanning out on that northeast tail from the plane path will also have to make their merry way on in. Potential for Na'Vi to break out from that north side, go through and all the way around to the west side. Would be a long road and one that may take a little bit too long for their liking. So, a choice maybe, but could potentially just divert after getting that loot across Torre Hamada. Getting into the circle may be a high priority for them.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But Na'Vi, I guess you could make a wide swing on the western side and head through Monte Nuevo. I think you know that a lot of teams, because this did drop a lot of our squads out far to the east, it's likely a case of the western side of the map's going to be very open. So you might see a lot of western rotates from some of our northern teams. I think that would be a fair choice.
Let's take a look at the replay here. RCB steps out, goes for one with the VSS, but yeah, it's just being hounded down there. That's a real Mike Myers moment. Or Michael Myers, isn't it? It's Michael Myers. Mike Myers is the actor who played, funnily enough, someone we mentioned earlier.
Mr. Austin
both
Powers,
Dr.
yeah.
Evil and Austin Powers. There you go. Michael Myers is the horror film character who runs after people with a knife.
That is correct. That is the guy.
Very mean of him.
It was cruel.
Very ill-spirited. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not very community-focused, which is how we like to be here in PUBG Mobile, but makes for good films, apparently. People liked it.
Yeah, they wanted more.
Yeah.
And there was more. to be had.
Absolutely.
Eventually. We'll have more PUBG Mobile next week. Finals. Approaching quickly.
And it will not stop. The pace will continue. But we've got 2 more matches left to play here in the league stage first. It's going to be nerve-wracking. The 12-point lead for RCB starting to become a little bit difficult for VP to handle, I'm sure. I mean, they started the day, it was around 30 or 35 points, something like that, of a difference behind them. And now there is a difference of 12 points ahead of them. That is a almost 50-point swing, which is absolutely nuts for RCB to have been able to achieve this in just their single day against Virtus Pro, who have had, I think, today 6 points, something like that, total. It's nasty.
Yeah, very much so. Enigma Galaxy, that towards the south side. Some shoe-ins to some of their games. Enigma Galaxy's had. Not too many. I do think they're getting slowly better, though, at the game. I mean, they've always been pretty good, but I mean, it's in this tournament setting. Versus a lot of the other squads here, the PMSL EMEA. And again, I think it is just a case of like the overall skill level reaching higher limits now. As we do field only the best of the best in your respective regions in these PMSLs.
Falcons, Hope on the inside, a bit isolated, but backup is coming. It's on its way. How effective will it be, though? Because Ali is already down. Poser spotted, Hope able to find Poser on that flank. And over the top, the rest of Black Esports trying to find their way in. Fireflux are here to play as well. And this is a 3-way engagement. Hope and Ragnar trying to play off one another. Poser goes down. Sprayed down, confirmed by Hope. And Fireflux drawn short a little bit. There's still some scrapping going on across the way. Falcons are trying to hold them at bay whilst the players on the inside get this job done. Spark is there. He's drawn attention, but that's all he can do. Fireflux are allowed in through the door now. And Falcons potentially need to get this one concluded. And concluded fast, lest they be put too much pressure on by Fireflux on the northeast side.
Yeah, I mean, this is an awesome position for Fireflux to have. And they'd love to pick it up. It's quite central towards that north side. They hear the fighting. They're all in vehicles looking to send over towards this location. Falcons losing even more now. As Lewis is down, I think Fireflux are taking a little bit of time to make their way on over here.
This is looking fairly crashable right now, and they are definitely biding their time. They know there's still fighting going on. They'll hear these nades. They'll know that there's at least 2 teams still with representation in this compound. But they're just being so slow. They don't want to take it. This is interesting. Maybe they fear another third party coming through, and maybe it was Strovo 2030 making their way up from the south that they were worried about.
Yeah, Trovo 2030 get up towards the side of the building, and they find... So, again, this could have been a much quicker crash here, John. And Fireflux are suffering because of it. As Trovo 2030 don't have any qualms. Are getting stuck into it.
I mean, this is what Fireflux kind of should have done, I feel like, all things considered. Ketch does manage to slap a ticket onto Marcelo. That's a fine. 1 player, please. That's a point. Taken away. Trovo 2030 now playing on as 3. Fireflux as well. Will lose 2 of their players. Black Esports losing 1. And Falcons losing the majority of themselves. Only the 1 player left.
Yeah, Ragnar. Three-way fight right now. Towards this compound. The circle moves hard up towards that north side. Around Picardo. So a lot of teams might start to double back here.
Up towards that northwest side. Trovo 2030 maintaining this high ground, 3 teams in, and the longer this goes on, the more likely it is yet another team pokes their noses in. S2G are waiting in on the west, Twisted Minds on the northeast side, and both teams will be aware of this. As we hop over to RCB, they've already lost 1 player, and maybe another. So they have Loxy down on the outside. S2G Not going to be able to go for the third party to the fight been watching for a while yet, because RCB will be trying to get their player back up and alive. Wild moves in. The res is already starting, so back up to 3. RCB going to try and take on Marceau, who's let them through. Didn't really have too much choice about it. Didn't have the backup to maintain that stronghold on the side of the building, but has a nade cooking. Puts it around the corner. RCB not going to fall prey to it.
Starts to move forward. Marceau inside. Nade, angle towards the door. We'll send back. Pump shotgun in hand. 5 in the back pocket. Tries to get the confirm.
And another.
Gets 2, but luckily, Loxy comes in clutch.
He locks it down. Will take down Marceau on the upstairs, and S2G not going to go for the regroup. This can be a res up to 3 again for RCB. He'll return the favor to the teammates that kept him safe when he was down on the outside of this compound. And they're playing from a middle position here, Blank.
Yeah, it's a strong spot. It's a very, very strong spot. And S2G just weren't quick enough in regrouping. I think they hold a bit too much of a wide split considering their position. Then again, they were thrust the circle. It wasn't like they were in this spot when the circle was already on top of them.
Yusuf on the ground floor. Cattell on the upstairs. Trovo 2030 with 3 limbs already. 2 of these teams actually fighting for their position in those league ranking points, remember. Crucial to earn as many of them as possible. Mostly for Black Esports. Trovo 2030, they're a little bit more secure. With a couple more, they might be safe, but definitely not out of the woods. Especially with Guild. Not super high up on the rankings, but enough to make them wonder. Have a question about it. Although I think that it may be out of reach for Guild. Falcons will accelerate away. Trovo 2030 as well. Going to be the guardians of that bubble.
Yeah, I think for right now, Guild, sadly, is done. It is just sad. Black Esports still trying to pump out those points. I mean, they're up to 100 now, which is very, very nice. Vibes get shut down by 77, but equally, Brute will find himself a shot over towards Shifu.
77. Shifu down on the high ground, but that is very protected as a position. The blue zone's going to start to move in 10 seconds, though, so they need to get fast up to this res. Limbo boom. Ooh, nearly getting shut down there. That was nearly incredibly nasty for them. As, uh-oh, this is not looking good. A scrap between RCB and Virtus Pro. 2 teams at the top of the tables. Wild trying to turn over towards Bishke, as he's the last to stand for Virtus Pro. RCB also with only 1 player remaining. He steps out. He's looking for those shutdown. Wild versus Bishke to keep things in the running. RCB, they've got 3 eliminations. Virtus Pro denied any points from this engagement as well. That is real nasty stuff. Wild still has a Zell to maybe play for here. Bishke hunkers down inside the building. A lot of eyes trained on this location. And Wild, hearing these footsteps, knows the Bishke's after him. Wanting to take down RCB. Steps up with the pump action. Wild ready for it. On the corner. Pre-fires. Bishke trying to find those steps. Not going to find a second. Oh, through the window. That's a third party. It's Enigma Galaxy to find Wild instead.
Yeah, I mean, for VP, they're likely to go down soon. And because they didn't have a massive standout earlier on in this game, only the 1 elimination, it's not huge. So, again, for RCB rocking up on them like that, technically, they already did enough in this game to keep Virtus Pro behind.
Yeah, they have done enough, but who's going to crash in towards Bishke and how many points can you get for it? Are they going to need to? Because, yeah, look at this angle from Enigma Galaxy up on high on that southwest side. Difficult to deal with on the edge is its only downfall. Minds trying to get their teammates to safety, trying to keep Coops alive, and Rita A little bit too dogged in his pursuit. As Lord also gets clipped there as well. So even trades, but Twisted Minds still in a very rough spot here. Darkin, Robs, what's just happened there? Really unsure as to why that's just happened. He hops out and Robs is ready to strike. Aaron as well at distance with a Mini 14, trying to chew through that health bar, but now it's just Doran. 2 players to handle. Heroic as well in the wings, waiting to try and roll through this fight. It could be very successful if they're able to get those angles, and there they go, stepping up. It's Walsh to enter the fray first. Of course it is. Headlong into this one. Both feet first. Coops down the hill, still down. Will not be getting back up here. Twisted Minds under a lot of pressure. Volt looking to try and close down their options.
Heroic, honestly, doing a pretty good job to sweep here, but at 77, they've heard this. They send up towards that north side. Jafar has to hold it down for the rest of Heroic, who do send on back. Zadira takes a bit of a tag, and it will be Volt to find him on the side.
Nice pick up there, an opening, and 77's hold less powerful now. Magnum all of a sudden feels a little bit naked. Doesn't have Shifu and Zadira to cover him up here on this off angle. And he's right to the edge of the blue as well. The cross can't be covered. Luckily for them, Heroic turn tail. They want to go up north. And Twisted Minds have been allowed to get up to 3, and fairly healthily at that. This is a great result for them, and one that I didn't really expect given how close Heroic were. But they want round 2. They're in for it. The bell might have rung once, but they're looking to do it again here. This Lord tries to get back to cover. Disallowed. Access denied. Walsh, the bouncer to the warehouse.
Doran taking shots from behind. That's from Black Esports. He seems to have found that angle. Jafar finishes off Lord. And knows another player close by is Coops.
Ooh. He's ready. Not for that one, though. Door off hinges. That will be Twisted Minds going down. Going out. And Heroic keep going as 4. They get this res onto Jafar. They can start to move in from this east side. Not too many strong positions right in the center available, but they can move up to the roadside ridges. Difficulty there is Black Esports and 77 with down shots from that east edge.
S2G, is this the game to take over 3rd place? Is this the match?
What about 77? Is this the match they have to overtake Team Spirit into 4th?
It's true. Is it the match? I mean, to be honest with you, for them, I wouldn't say so. The reason I'm talking about S2G is they actually have a nice compound towards the center here.
That's fair.
And it has been a long time coming, where they've been about 8 points behind half the day from their competitors at IWNRX. Don't get sassy with me. Okay. Okay.
A sass, so I want a sass. Thank you very much. Looks like Bishke with a challenge now. Nade, cooking. Out towards Enigma Galaxy. All 4 of their players alive. Snowix, first in to the breach. Bishke. There's a nade sent out, and the longer Enigma Galaxy stand outside, the more risky it is. First shot goes to Bishke. Drops the explosion as well. Really wants that point, and he will be able to get away with it. Narvalo chasing it down, even gets the reload with the pump action. Another nade, or is that a Molotov? A smoke to try and block the vision. He's playing this one smart. Bishke still has action left. As he evades that Molotov, will not get burned off the corner. A dangerous angle through the window. If 77 look now, they may just find him. But he hops out the back. I think the Galaxy's struggling. Virtus Pro looking to try and keep up pace here. As he drops the Molotov, burns out the corridor. He's turned it around on him and forces them out with the shots from 77, potentially over their direction.
Been moving pretty slick with it, but it was only a matter of time until he's found on the outside. I respected the hustle, though. 2nd point found. And that'll be it. Black Esports fending off versus 77. Molotovs go through the window. Expending the bandages. Getting rid of the low healing first.
Nade over to the back for Black, but it's not going to connect, unfortunately. 77 have moved into this compound. A good transitional point for them, but they still need to move further beyond this compound. The question for me here is, do 77 want to spend this much time going for this fight? And if they do, is it because it's their only option here? I mean, Heroic are crunching in their north side. Enigma Galaxy, they're still trying to compete for that roadside compound, but S2G, they're really slowing that down. I feel like 77 feel this is their only choice to go for this fight.
Yeah, you can't really swing down towards that south side. And you want a little bit of cover going into the circle. So you try and bulldoze through Black Esports. They know Heroics on their north. They lost the initial engagement with them earlier. Football is chaos, though. I have concerns. I do have concerns about this team because right now, you'd probably assume that they would finish pretty highly into the game.
Yeah.
It's a question of whether they can finish this off or not.
Yeah, they have not been very strong at all over the course of this tournament play. This league stage has not been their time. We've seen strong performances from the players before, but it's just not their season. They have had that drop-off. Black Esports fighting on two fronts here. And Kakali, with the shots over towards Heroic, it seems to be landing, but he is so exposed in this upper floor to all surrounding angles through those sliver windows and immediately takes a little bit of damage there. 77 think this is go time. Nate from Kakali is still cooking, will be spotted across the way. The Magnum has the better angle. That looks good. It bounces just a little bit to the side, but Kakali still gets taken down from it. Toshpik on the ground floor, half HP. Limbo Boom and Shifu on the far side now, and they're caught in the trap. 77 want to conclude this. Get out of there. First aid kit comes through for Toshpik, and he does get back to full HP, so a chance here to hold off the angle. Kakali flushed. The back door flung open. Heroic want to slide on into this one, and why wouldn't you? A third party always going to be advantageous, especially like this. The top floor will be under bombardment, will be under threat from both of these teams. Keeling coming through from Magnum to keep himself alive and in favor. But Heroic launching their salvo.
Yeah, the problem is that they're on the outside right now. They're forced to move in if they want to get anything out of it. Limbo Boom heads upstairs. Magnum is down. Zadira also struggling. Ooh. Na'Vi taking shots.
This should be a Na'Vi game, all things considered. The ridgeline looking really strong for them. This fight's still yet to conclude, though. A Shifu, last to stand. Limbo Boom is down and will need to get rezzed. Heroic have moved in. All four of their players are healthy here. This is an excellent third party. But there's the off-angle Na'Vi with those shots. That ridgeline that we were talking about that you brought up there, Blank, is going to really come into play here, and Heroic going to struggle to get in on multiple angles with the blue zone backing it off. The nade over in between the walls there could find a little bit of damage over to the down player. Jafar under threat. Walsh with the underarm as well. Trying to connect, hopping out through the window and immediately shut down. Now they can turn their attention to Jafar. Get this res, try and transition into the circle.
If Heroic, very well done to them. To make that work, and more so to make it work and maintain a lot of their players, all four of them still up. Football is Chaos trying to take shots. Good pickups from Na'Vi. But it's Kelsey to take down two. That is a massive brutalization over towards Na'Vi.
But Default's got something to say about it. He's got more challenge and more lead in the ammo pouch behind him. Will be able to take down the rest of S2G. Two players gone, and Brute Force could maybe pull this one back. Coming off of a strong chicken dinner, positional play. Now they want the strongest spot in this circle too. Volt from Heroic trying to open the door for them, and they are playing as four, so the numbers on their side. Footballers Chaos trying to consolidate into the middle.
Yeah, Footballers Chaos, they had this compound for a while. They were on a 2-2 split. Brute Force moves in and Flip once again. Now the next member of Na'Vi to try and go for the full 1v4, but it's not meant to be as Fireflux comes through with a whole barrage of nades over the top, lighting that position up.
Stage 6, we've got 4 teams remaining, Blank. 2 players each for Brute Force and Fireflux over on that western ridgeline. Heroic still stationed uphill on the east, and Footballers Chaos with 0 eliminations right now, keeping cool. On the inside there, you can see they sit in a little bit of a dip between those 2 high grounds.
Yeah, Footballers Chaos has done a lot of moving, but not a whole lot of shooting. And that's what I need to see, because they have not created any space for themselves towards the center. They're just waiting this game out. In stage 6, it's not confirmed that compound is going to be in the circle for much longer. It's a weird game that they've had so far.
Certainly an odd one. Heroic spot Falconist. That is one of the 3 players that is bundled together for Footballers Chaos. Yakta is their off angle, so if he pops up, you know he's solo and probably done for. But they should be able to res Falconist.
That's the hope. Heroic. You got Kevin and the rest of the boys moving in one vehicle. It's a smoking vehicle too, and Footballers Chaos don't even bother to shoot it. Just sending fairly ineffective grenades around the side.
Not connecting, and Heroic are up. Sure, there's been a little bit of damage. Kevin does go down, but Walsh is already up and onto the high ground wall there. Dokenma trying to find maybe an angle around the edge. Walsh, though, is starting to tear his teammates apart. The pump action is leaving Footballers Chaos wanting. In the meantime, their off angle and Yekta was dealt with. It's just Dokenma now on the inside. He's getting burnt alive on the high ground floor there, hopping over some cover there, but he's still just ticking down. They know he's still up there. But Heroic, they're content with the ground floor.
Yeah, it's a nice little Molotov into the stun grenade to hopefully keep him in it for a bit longer. Backside nade should be the trick.
There it is.
Now down to Fireflux, Heroic, and Brute Force on that 2-man split. At least one of them's been found.
Oh, Furia able to get the pump action and the hop out from Scarface, not in time. The first aid going desperately, but no, the weapon back in hand is their backup. Not this time. Scarface still a solo remaining, and in comes Prepod now. He doesn't want to let them get this res. Heroic are going to try and descend on this in third party. It could all be over here in stage 7. The spray down from Scarface is good, but 3 players from Heroic mount the ridgeline. They're trying to take this one back. 13 eliminations. They want that 14th, maybe even a 15th if they find the other down player. The spray on to catch adds up that 14th, and it will be 1 and 5 for Heroic to roll up. A timely send out. And in before stage 8 pops, we find our chicken dinner, and it's Heroics.
Very nicely done. Honestly, a couple of really good crashes coming through from Heroic so far. Very pleased to see it. And as usual, it is Walsh. Big man himself. Sorting out.
Oh yeah, staying hydrated, staying ready with it. If Footballers Chaos rather was any other team, I don't think this would have happened. It would have been a Footballers Chaos chicken dinner, but it wasn't to be. Brute Force again getting very late into that game. RCB taking the fight with Virtus Pro as well, making sure that they both went down together, stagnating at the top, and Brute Force looking for ascendancy.
Yeah, honestly, for Brute Force, good couple of games. Too little, too late, though, in my opinion. The fact that they have this in them all the while, and it just feels a little bit, I don't know, like we've thrown away a few days here, which could have been a whole lot better.
It's always disappointing for teams not to meet your expectations, but hey, someone's got to win. And maybe, you know, all of this pre-planning for finals is starting to come around and out-mind game themselves, that sort of thing. You don't want to reveal strats maybe towards those finals and things get a little bit messy. You just try and lean back on your mechanical skill, on some fairly by-the-book rotations, and you see some not super intelligent games potentially, but Heroic, I feel like they played that pretty well in getting 15 eliminations that they've got to show for it. How many of those were Walsh? I didn't quite catch, but either way, 2,270 damage. That's pretty good.
It is pretty good. And 25 points for them as well, which will send them further up the rankings. And again, Heroic had a little bit of a off start to their games this week, but it got a lot better towards the end here.
Down on the lower side of the tables. First time in a while we've seen RCB there. Yesterday was fantastic for them. Today as well, similarly so. Their record is fairly immaculate. 6 eliminations went to Walsh. Almost 1,000 damage, but not quite. 987. 13 more damage, please. Next time, Walsh. We know you can do it.
Yeah, give me the 1k. Give me the 1k, Walsh, please.
The one-time 1k.
6 elims is nice, though. 2.2k damage. Black Esports, honestly, they are really giving it a good old go today.
They are.
Which I'm extremely pleased to see. And S2G, 3 points.
Definitely.
They get closer.
Are they over the mark yet, though? I don't know. We'll have to wait for the overrules after the break.
%88 of PUBG mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
for the old me. Trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me. Trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
We have one more match to play here for the league stages before we lock in those league ranking points and lock in our top 16. That's right, we only have the Miramar left. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we have got this little treat at the end of it all. It's been 3 weeks leading up to this point for our teams to qualify for a spot in the finals. Oh,
At the end of it.
there we go.
Oh.
I agree with everything that Blank just said, unfortunately. You guys only heard a little bit of it.
It's been a long slog, is what I said. And we're right at the end of it now.
You didn't say that.
Last game. I said it now.
You said you thought Team Spirit were the worst team that was ever made and that you hated Virtus Pro. I thought that's what you said.
No.
Oh, okay. That must have been just my internal thoughts.
Get a lip reader on that one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Someone check him. Someone check him lips.
Oh,
Read them.
do
Get
it.
those words out of there.
Get it done.
That's right. Na'Vi, sort of getting it done. I feel like that last match for them could have been a lot bigger. They definitely had that high ground over on that west side, right? They had that ridge under control. They didn't really have enough strength to hold on to it, though. A difficult approach, and S2G gave them a real big fight for it over on that west.
Indeed. The game is going to be starting now, though, John. Our final match of the day and the final match of the league stage. Last chances to get a few extra league ranking points to go into the finals with.
Very serious times coming through for the Falcons. And I feel like fair enough right now for Falcons. They are right on that league ranking point bubble. They would love to qualify for these finals because it guarantees you a minimum, even if you play 16th in the finals, $5,000, and a very decent possibility of getting towards PMGC group stages too, because 10 of those 16 teams are going to be making their way towards that PMGC stage, which means only 6 teams will not be going. And I feel like Falcons definitely have a chance of making it up there.
Yeah, honestly, just a little bit. I think for Falcons, 13th place, 116 points. You know, there's a chance to get a couple more placings upwards. But the same can be said for quite a few of our teams over on that bottom side of things, because for a lot of our squads, with the way that RCB and Virtus Pro have taken the lobby by storm, it really is the case that there's so much opportunity for jump ups.
It really is. Very tightly packed. And every single league ranking point will matter moving into this one. This match, I'm looking for 77 to convert on some sort of advantage. I mean, so far today, they have been quiet. They've taken that Virtus Pro approach. Out on this west side is where the circle will fall for the final time. So into the Ladriguera Hills. This is, I don't want to say good for Brute Force and Heroic because they're right next to each other, but in terms of rotations, they're going to have an advantage if they can extricate themselves from these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Monte Nuevo is typically where Heroic would like to drop, but Brute Force can head up towards El Pozzo. Yeah, we do have a lot of high ground in that area. Nice shot from Kelsey, it seems. Over towards one of the players and Twisted Minds, dropping on top of him.
Zeus are in 5th right now. 77, they've been in 5th for a long time. That 1 point, I don't know if you just caught that. That ticked S2G up into 3rd, by the way.
Yay!
They have made it.
We
But
did
they're
it.
not out of the woods just yet. Zeus, Brute Force, 77, all could definitely get enough points this match to jump up over them. So they want to play a bit more defensive here.
Yeah, again, I think that we've been talking so much about S2G getting that third place spot. We sort of have missed Enigma Galaxy, 77, Brute Force, Zeus, all getting into striking range.
They're coiled like a cobra in the desert. Just don't step on them. It's my best advice. In general, don't step on your friends.
Yeah, it's no good.
Assuming they are friends, though. To be fair. Vicious rivalries can be springing up in a league like this. When it's a lot on the line.
You've got Twisted Minds right now hanging out, chilling. Potentially waiting for a couple of other squads to move on past. Hopefully S2G leaves at some point, allowing them to escape. And for them, potentially 11th place, 10th place, but now losing one player that does make life much, much more difficult for them.
Severely restricts the options. Or can do at least. It is just kind of this standoff right now. I think 77 Enigma Galaxy is probably the other engagement that could pop off fairly soon. 77 on the south side of Los Leones. Trovo 2030 moving out west could come across Silas on the roadside for RCB. He is fairly split by about, I would say, 700 meters from the rest of his team, but yeah, he's in a vehicle. He's already rotating back towards them. Will regroup as soon as he hears Trovo approaching. Should be able to get out nice and safely back to Chubasero, which RCB were able to drop in, given that Team Spirit's not in the lobby.
Yeah, they've gone. They're out of there. Team Spirit not being in that position gives you a very nice spot to work with. RCB is an awesome spot, but Silas needs to get out of dodge first. He's zigzagging wildly side to side. Ooh. And almost goes down, but is saved by the bell. But there's still potential off in the distance for shots to come through. Desperately bandaging up, hoping to survive one extra bullet, and he makes it out in the nick of time.
Goodness me, he is not quite fully safe just yet, though. And Trovo 2030, they divert back to the road. Okay, they do disengage. That could have been so much worse. I thought Silas was out of there a lot earlier, but yeah, he stuck around far too long, and he certainly found out. Trovo 2030. 101 points, given the don't play an outpost next to us 101.
Yeah.
It's the name of the class. Niche course, but valuable.
That's all you need sometimes. That kind of course. In your life. Keep yourself safe. If you're RCB, that is. Falcons, northeast side. Torre Armada.
They're in Picardo, I think.
Falcons?
Yeah.
Football is chaos. Northeast side. Torre Armada.
See, you got by the similar colours, the light and the dark brown.
I did. Not only that, I got caught out by the F in the name. I read one letter and assumed.
Yeah. They are very close to Black Esports, and will have trouble potentially moving past Hacienda, but we'll see who pulls up and tries to draw that one to a close first. Na'Vi 77 trying to move into these Chumacera hills up towards the Ladriguera hills. Na'Vi trying to get ahead and doing so fairly successfully. It is just their backline that hasn't quite fully regrouped just yet, and Lemon going to have to find an alternative route in. Flip, AXA, they're already ahead, and they've got default all the way up to the north already, but 77 putting pressure on this means that Lemon is split off.
Lemon in a bit of a rough spot to help. Sadira. Lovely nade from Flip, though. Finds him as he approaches the compound. Gives him time to get the first aid kit and potentially retrieval in the buggy.
I said I wanted to see something from 77, but We'll see if it's at the cost of Na'Vi, and it might just be. 2 knocks on the outside here, and that's the backup almost entirely dealt with. It's Lemon who needs to come up with something big in this scenario. Zadira already going to be getting rezzed here, picked up by his teammate Lemon in with the DBS. Close range from Magnum. Shotgun to shotgun. As that's a beautiful pump action. Lemon goes down. Flip still in action still, but is he going to be able to find more? Shifu layering him down. And the Molotov to burn him off the corner. The res comes through on the back line. Now they can start to peek out into him. Shifu steps up. He's rebuffed, but it's finally found. A Na'Vi Fall, 77. Just about eke this one through. And if Zeus don't come crashing on through in the next 10, 15 seconds, they can get back up.
More importantly, that's 148 points now found for 77. All 4 players still up and kicking. On another chance at a 3rd place. If not a 4th. In the meantime, heading back down towards the southwest side, we're going to be watching the circle shift soon. About 15% of this circle cut out because of the unplayable space over towards the western side. A very hard shift over towards Monte Nuevo. And Twisted Minds get there fairly quickly. They are lacking 1 player, but there's plenty of spots to get stuck in around this area.
S2G gaming right now. Look at that. Over on the northeast side, they have managed to get a really solid spot here in the compound that sits at the top with Hamzy. The downhill angles towards Monte Nuevo as well. This is a really good spot for them. Can they hold it on though? Because they got both Falcons and Footballers. Chaos on the east, Vibes bringing up the rear, just about coming over the north side of Los Leones, and Fireflux leaving the west side of Los Leones. All of them could maybe take the fight out that direction. Here's this replay on the fight. Magnum, he pulled out the shotgun there. He was just looking, he saw, you're done for, mate. Flip couldn't quite find that final nail in the coffin, despite earning a cheeky little knock on that fight, but really well held together for 77.
Good hold from Twisted Minds over towards Trovo 2030. They go down to 1 player left remaining, and I think Walsh just took out the final player there. And that is Trovo 2030's final game of the league stage, out in 15th place. Falcons down towards the southeast, alongside with Footballers Chaos. And across on in. And S2G is playing a dangerous game on this split over towards the ridge side, but it can pay off big style.
I think they're somewhat relying on the propensity for this lobby to like central positions much, much more and favor them immensely. Hamzy being alone in this high ground compound is a little bit of a risk, but if he's taking shots out, if he's pushing players away from that, that's going to divert a lot of players around them. The difficulty will come when you have a team like Vibes, who could potentially just crash straight up and into that high ground and kind of ignore the warning signs that S2G are trying to give off.
I mean, you do try and take as many shots as possible. Luckily for S2G, the area underneath them is sort of not enjoyable area to play in the first place, so they can take this split and just try and be this barricade that teams flow around, either on the north or the south side, clearing out space around them, which is always good for you. Yes, teams still trying to get in, including 77 here.
Virtus Pro, Fireflux. Virtus Pro pushing it in. 77 on the west side, out in the blue zone. Inca Galaxy trying to take a late wide rotate. And that ain't going to happen. Not under the 77's jurisdiction. Not without a price to be paid. Narvalo will be that price. And a lot of damage onto that vehicle. Luckily, there's a fresh one. Just hop out, change it. It's that easy. And Redox gets away with it. 77 may be actually pretty slow into this one because of the shots that they took over to Enigma Galaxy to get into this next circle that goes all the way out to the east.
Horrid spot as well for a lot of squads. Like I said, a really nasty position down towards that southeast side. So probably splitting the circle between north and the south now. And we'll group up towards the end of the game. But for the time being, teams likely to congregate around the edges of this circle.
Find their way through. Brute Force. Taking heavy punishment from Black Esports right now. Black Esports a long distance away, but the forward position for Brute Force found, spotted, flushed. 3 of their players still alive, though, on the northwest side. Enigma Galaxy, they've gone for a wide sweep, but now they're right next door to plenty of other teams. Heroic will be close by to them. I think this is... Yeah, Ralph is a little bit further ahead of Twisted Minds, so on the southeast road from Monte Nuevo. Going really slowly over those undulations, though, for Ralph. He's struggling. Enigma Galaxy got to try and re-coalesce towards them. Heroic went down south to the rest of Monte Nuevo on the west side.
This is Pro. Koa here. Just chilling for the time being. Zeus flying through. This is over towards 77. He's going fairly in the way of Zeus at the moment. Switches back, looks for more. Rita, the only one that hit the deck. With a 77 down to just one player, and that might be their dreams dashed.
Maybe the Shifu still in action. Virtus Pro with shots over to Darkin. Virtus Pro, remember, they're still on the chase to try and take down RCB, to try and get back into the lead at the end of this week. A 77, losing players, Zeus as well. Zeus up into 6th place this week. And it definitely feels like a deserved position for them. They have shown some quality over the last few days, and I do not begrudge them 6th place one jot. That's where they finish. But we'll see if they're able to push up past 77. Despite having 5 eliminations, they've only got 1 player, and Shifu is under fire, under threat, because everyone knows he's here. They just can't quite reach him yet.
No, he's just going to chill. Keep it calm. RCB, Virtus Pro, very close to one another. As we look towards our next shift on the circle. S2G takes the center here. Kind of banking on the circle going very central, but they do get Hamzy out over towards that northern side. Cover a little bit more space.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is grim. This is really grim.
If I'm S2G, I bolster Hamzy's position right now. I feel like... I mean, yeah, Kelsey's going to dart back. Yeah, they are going to just break over to the northeast side. You don't want to be in the line of fire for all of these teams on the south, because someone's going to crash you. You've got to lose at least 1 player. And that position on the northeast side as 4, really, really good for you.
Yeah, there's tons more space to play on this south side, where you can just play along these rolling dunes, let's say. See where we were just moving in between the valleys, but because the circle moves so far towards that north side, yeah, it's just the amount of teams that looked for shelter on this southern edge are all going to fly in. And you're absolutely right. Like, S2G don't want to be on that spot. I mean, Footballers Chaos, they instantaneously take up the home previously known as S2G compound.
I mean, you see the majority of S2G leaving that. You're like, okay, well, that's empty. We go now, or we don't get a position.
Yeah.
And that is the perfect time to make that move. So potentially not wouldn't have happened if S2G left the south side. But yeah, they'll take that. They'll absolutely take that. RCB take a knock over on the west edge as they are in the midst of it all. Enigma Galaxy, Heroic, both going to be actually broken through quite successfully by RCB. Virtus Pro, though, they've got 4 eliminations. They're on the southeast hill. They're 4 players alive. A little bit to the edge, but still with a hope here.
It's crossing this road is going to be the difficulty. They did find 1 knockover towards Footballers Chaos and actually an elimination as well. So if they do want to make a crash, it'll be over towards Footballers Chaos. They worry about Fireflux behind them, though, as well as Falcons. You know, you make that crash, it's likely someone else is going to do exactly the same thing to you. It's a game of chicken right now.
I just want to point out that Trovo are already out of this match, which means that the maximum league ranking points they can get is 4, which would put them on 16 league ranking points, meaning that Black Esports would need 7 to tie and 8 to get clear, which means they need a massive game. And right now, on their last legs, this is the final game we're going to see from Black Esports, almost certainly.
Yeah, I think for Black Esports, it is likely done. Though today, they really showed a spark of determination we've not seen from them before in the past, and that's 77 out, so they will remain over in 5th place for now. Zeus currently tied with them, in fact. And they go out, and so they will go down in 6. That is so sad. 77 beating them out on the tiebreaker.
Team Falcons, if they finish in 14th, would get 7 league ranking points, which would mean that they would be on 18 and above Trovo 2030 already. So 16 is where we're looking at our bubble right now, Blank, over on those league ranking points tables. Vibes looking to chase, and that is going to be very, very difficult for them because they need, I think, 10 points to be able to clear that. Right now, I don't think there's much movement to be made here. I don't think that there's really too much to be done from our teams, and we may already be so close and maybe just about to lock in our top 16 with its current state of play in this match.
Yeah, realistically here, we're just looking at teams being able to jump up. The only other team that we're really looking at, well, the only 3 teams we're looking at right now is Brute Force, RCB, and Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro to overtake RCB and Brute Force to overtake S2G, which at this rate is going to be very difficult.
Vibes crashing in. Brute Force catching. Mazzaro claps back. Vibes as well, one of these teams that needed a miracle this week, and in 19th place with 1 match to play, there's just no chance they can catapult all the way up. I think they need to get to like 11th place on the tables, and they're just out of reach. It's not going to happen for them, unfortunately. At the moment, I believe it's Black Esports, Vibes, Footballers Chaos, and Guild in the bottom 4 spots, and that is not set to change.
No, and again, I think that we had a pretty confirmed showing quite early on in the tournament. It's not to say that these teams have not gotten better as times have gone on, though, which is really what you want to see, because a lot of the other teams that came in here were very experienced. They had a lot of veteran players on side, and then our teams who were slightly lower down, maybe new teams put together, new players coming into the scene at a high level. And again, it's fair enough because every single one of those teams has improved. So maybe a chance for next year in the spring split.
Maybe. And also for teams who need some subs on the bench, who need pickups there. Definitely somewhere you can look. Neos. Nah, you can't stand up. You can't be that slow against Mazzaro. Freezer, though. Trying to hold it off. Not going to work. Not this time. Solo player. Blasted out. Mazzaro again. 6 eliminations this match. Vibe's pretty happy that he's there, but it may just be one final hurrah for them. Falcons, happy that they seem to have done enough around that bubble.
Yeah, and that
to be able to put themselves to safety.
Yeah, and that will be Brute Force confirmed now in 7th place, 6th place for Zeus, and 77 will be taking 5th. So no more movement, despite there being a lot to be had throughout those 3 teams. 1 point, 2 points, and the 5. So at least 77 puts themselves ahead into 5th, above Zeus. Now we're just looking over at Virtus Pro, RCB. 220 points to 229 currently. If RCB hemorrhaging players over on the western side, they really want Virtus Pro to go down soon.
Virtus Pro with 3. Falcons also on 3. Malloy's got an aid for each of them. Launching it around the longhouse here. Spark putting one back. Virtus Pro on the third-party angle side, which makes it a little bit more difficult here. Footballers Chaos so happy that they took that compound across the road when they did. Ragnar breaks wide. Koa's there with a pump action. Hope not going to get eaten alive just yet, but the Piranhas are circling. Hope hops around. The DBS now trying to connect these shots, but there's the off angles. Third parties. Hope forced to take the fight. He doesn't want to, but he has to. Ragnar at the back getting rezzed. Spray down from Icy. And Virtus Pro are adding more points. They really want this first place back. Charging on into this fight. 7 eliminations now found. They're closing the gap slowly. Icy taking destiny into his own hands. Steps up the stairs, but too far. Spark turns the wrong way around the corner. Koa connecting. And they are able to find it. Vibes. Sorry, not onto Vibes. Falcons will fall at their feet. 9 eliminations found for Virtus Pro. RCB
223 points to 229. Virtus Pro to RCB. Not including placements. Virtus Pro, though, they need to get into the circle. And where do they go? I think realistically for them, they're playing it smart. They just sit on the edge of this compound that is inside the circle.
Ralph trying to slow things down, getting rid of those tires on the vehicle as he used it to roll up. Placement points starting to kick in now. Will slowly start to increment their way higher and higher. Shots over towards Nick the Galaxy. Both just trading close right now. No one stepping in. Range checking. Vibes have spotted Silas on the off angle. It's up to Azel now to keep RCB in this, lest they draw their run to a close here at 229. I think it would be 230 with the placement point that they've earned. Zaro, nade. That looks good. That looks clean. Over towards RCB. Just short.
Yeah, it's on the wrong side. So they send it towards the left. It comes through. Might be a really good knock on Silas, but Azel was able to send it away. Now he's in a tough fight.
Really tough, and yeah, won't be able to weather that one. That puts them at 230. The metric the Virtus Pro need to cross. On the southeast side, though, they've got a mad dash to make it. They've already got 9 points of that difference. They need 16 on the match.
Doesn't seem that far away, and they will win the tiebreaker with all the chicken dinners that they've had this week. Nice nade from Nigma Galaxy, and we're almost into stage 7. Shot around the side will take down another. In Heroic.
Heroic falling down, who have had their ups and downs over the course of this tournament, Blank. It will be really interesting to see what sort of power they'll be able to display in those finals. They have been, I would say, one of the most volatile teams in this tournament in terms of performance. And I'm excited to see if they're going to come out with something strong in those finals. Twisted Minds, their league stage draws to a close as well. Sat middle of the pack. It's all eyes on Virtus Pro. Footballers Chaos's move across this road as S2G deserted it. It was the right move for S2G, but, I mean, this has got to sting.
Yeah, you could have had that. No, no one else wanted to challenge it for some reason. Which I think is a bit wild. 1011 damage for Vibe, small 0. Wild. Right now, really been putting in the work for the team.
It's crazy. We've got 2 teams that will not be making it to the finals already in the final circle here. Vibes with 2, Footballers Chaos right in the middle, right? And this is the second time they've had one of the strongest spots in the circle, right? Remember last match where they were right in the middle? They got swept aside. Virtus Pro, who need 16 points this match to draw even and win the tiebreaker with RCB, have 9 eliminations already, meaning that they need to find 7 more points this time. That could come from placements, that could come from eliminations. They're taking knocks, they've taken out 1. I think that's going to put them up on 10.
Getting dangerously close, and this little dip actually gives Virtus Pro a bit to play around, but I think it's just outside the circle, as far as I can see.
Oh,
another good nade over towards Snoix.
I think they haven't quite done it yet. I think 3rd place guarantees them. Which means that if Vibes go down, out in the open, out on the west side, they've made it back into 1st place. As 4th place sits, they would earn, I believe, 4 placement points, which is not enough just yet. That would put them on 15 points on the match. So they need either 1 elimination or another team to go down. That'll do it. They just cannot go down.
Need to wait it out. And they get to the other side of the road. And again, it's sort of because football is chaos.
There it is.
Do not know how to play end circles. And that is the last point that they needed.
Guaranteeing Virtus Pro 20 league ranking points. They have 12 eliminations. They're guaranteed 6. from the placements, and they're adding more. 13, a 14th maybe. There's a shot through the window as Swash finds Yekta on the top floor. Falconist, the last player to stand for Footballers Chaos. The nade bobbles in, does a bit of damage. Icy's low. S2G want to move through. They want to maintain that high-scoring record on today. And now Virtus Pro, for the first time, are finding a strong match when it matters the most to take that top spot. But they've already done the work. The nade over to Malloy. Bishke is down. Maybe they're falling apart here, but it's not going to matter.
Good nade out the window. Looks for a second one. S2G finally make their way back in. This should be an S2G game. They'll feel good about it. They might not know they've already confirmed third place, but getting a chicken dinner absolutely would. Bad nade.
Uh-oh. Oh no, that was Mazzaro. That was Mazzaro getting a spray down. It wasn't a self-nade, I promise. S2G, they're finding Virtus Pro and they're cleaning up. Koa still has more, not quite enough though. As now, Mazzaro on the outside finally gets spotted. Third place for Vibes. As Virtus Pro go down, Vibes go down. Falconist, he has a pretty big opportunity here. 2 players for S2G are down. He could catch someone through the window, jumps out wide, but that's completely looking in the wrong direction there. And S2G do close down our final chicken dinner to push themselves higher on the tables, confirming that third place spot. But the big story there, Virtus Pro, they teased RCB for the past 2 days straight, said, oh no, we're not performing well. Oh no, we're not playing yesterday. Just kidding. Here's the points you need. Second place for you.
Honestly, for Virtus Pro, I'll put it this way. They shouldn't have won that game. Well, they shouldn't have got as many points as they did, and they shouldn't have been able to get where they did. In fact, they should never have even been able to get close to that compound.
Who allowed them in the
first
plane?
place.
What's going on?
It's just a case of, honestly, football is chaos. And I hate to say it, is disastrous when it comes to being in the middle of the circle. Absolutely disastrous. Again,
they need to be criticised. It's fair.
They need to be criticised, but this is the annoying thing about it, is that they make good and smart rotations, which is how they find themselves in the middle of those circles. Unfortunately, the tactical aspect of looking out to the rest of the lobby leaves something to be desired. However, if they just work on that, I genuinely think this could be a strong team. It's not even in RCB's hands. It's in Footballers Chaos's hands. Not even in Virtus Pros.
It's kind of wild, right? This is a team, like you said, that has some foundations. I mean, this is going to sound really brutal. I think it's probably the meanest thing I'm going to say about Footballers Chaos, but maybe take a step back from being a player and become a rotational analyst for another team, because it's not working out mechanically on the battlefields for you right now.
Wow.
But get into that back room, because that is where a lot of teams, I think, really, really could take value from an influence like that.
Yeah. I mean, for a lot of teams, we have had some scuppered rotations. But genuinely, though, I will say this. Not to take away from Virtus Pro there, because although, yes, they were somewhat allowed in, they still made all the right moves and they made all the right plays. And they knew, as Koa, you can see here from Koa that he got 8 eliminations, that they needed to find whatever they could. So they were playing a very dangerous game towards the end of that one, peaking where realistically they know they shouldn't have been peaking, because they were playing for the win. They were playing for first place, and I massively respect it. And it is unfortunate, and my heart goes out to RCB because I think that they have played insanely well over the past 2 days to catch up. But we can't forget that the same could be said exactly for Virtus Pro over their first couple of days too.
Yeah, they did have a bit of a disaster, all things considered, with their the start of today. It just really was not together for them at all. They didn't have the read that they seem to have over the start of it on this lobby, but miracles can happen, you know, and Virtus Pro are able to pull that one back out of the bag. Let's take a look at today's MVP. I believe it's today's MVP. We're going to be looking for, and it's Freezer from Brute Force. I mean, putting up almost 2.6k damage, 15 limbs on the day. Beautiful stuff. Of course, there being the last day of this week and also of league stages, there is no TDM call-out challenge, which means that Freezer, he only gets to put his name up on that little list of MVPs. Let's take a look at today's daily winners as well.
We have all of our teams winning here, from Zeus to Black Esports, all the way through to S2G, find themselves a win finally on that last match. But yeah, it's been a great day. I think RCB's 3.3k win there on Erangel was one that really surprised with Loxy, but it was not enough. It was not enough, which is a crazy thing to say about how RCB has played over the past couple of days. Let's take a look at this week's overalls and see how it all panned out. As you see here, right at the top sits Virtus Pro, victorious by 2 points.
That is got to be galling for RCB, but they'll still take 19 league ranking points home with them, which will be a little bit of a consolation prize. S2G guarantee themselves that third place spot, and IWNRX hold on to fourth. Look at this table, though, on the second half. This is a massive swing, right? From fifth down to eighth. That's like 4 league ranking points swing over the course of it. Just for tiebreakers, for small point increments here. Eighth place is 145. Team Spirit pushed to the second page here on 137. They'll finish middle of the pack. Na'Vi as well on 12th place. So a little bit of a drop off there.
Now, what we said earlier about how 1 point can be the difference maker. And that is why these teams have played so hard, because you don't want to be the team on 148 to 148 losing out to 2 placement points. It is a crazy thing. But we will be taking a look at those league ranking points shortly. Not right now. We need to get them prepared, get them ready, make sure they're all good with the admins. Apparently,
we've got to double check. We've got to double and triple check your work.
We've got like the council of the admins in the back. I'm gonna look it over.
Yeah, it's just Scotchy over there. That's him. It's him. He's just picking up.
Oh, he is the admins.
Yeah, it's him. He's all the admins, all in one. But no, he's making sure that is all verified. Of course, very, very reasonably and very necessary to make sure that that's all locked in. I'm now thinking a little bit about the tournament MVP so far, right? Let's take a look at all 3 of our weeks and consider which teams have been performing strong over the course of all of it. Ups and downs, I think it's safe to say. No, actually, cancel that. We've got our league ranking points ready. Admins have verified. They have checked, and this is where we sit. Right towards the top, it's 77 on 49 league ranking points. And I was going to bring them up for most consistent team, Blank. I think that's kind of vindicated my unspoken opinion.
Yeah, I mean, for 77 in first place, they have played very, very well. And if you were to ask me who my tournament MVP was, it would be Zadira from 77. He has been a fantastic player all the way through at this entire tournament. Virtus Pro takes second place out of nowhere. I think people didn't expect this one coming. Their first week looked pretty good, and then we turned a blind eye to them after their week 2, but they came back swinging in week 3 with another 20-pointer. Looking down onto our second page, Zeus get into 9th. Well done to them. That is a fantastic result. 12th to 9th and 15 points. Team Spirit third, 20 points, and then 12. It's not too bad in 11th place. I would say it's only about 10 points behind, but here all our teams sadly not making it.
Yeah, Black Esports, 14 league ranking points, not quite enough. Their final day, they showed something, but it was not enough over the course of the majority of the tournament. Congratulations to Guild Esports. They got more than 1 league ranking point this week. They managed to get, that's right, 2. 19th place for them. 4 total, but it's just not going to be enough. Footballers Chaos and Vibes joining them in the commisseratory last section of that last page. Half of these league ranking points for our top 16 teams will be transferred over to the finals. That means that there's a head start on the cards for teams at the top. They're going to be happy. So 77 will be at the top of the tables when we go over to those 16-team matches. And of course, all of our teams will be playing all of our matches in the finals. That will be happening next week with the Infinix GT20 Pros, featuring a dual chipset, 144Hz AMOLED display, up to 120 FPS, and giving our pros everything that they need to unleash the beast with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Absolutely. You can find out more over on that webpage about Monster Energy. And we certainly have unleashed the beast here. And you want to keep up to date with what kind of beast we unleashed? Well, you can find him over in the zoo, or as we like to call it, social media, for Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at PUBG Mobile Europe Official. But thank you so much for watching, everyone. My name's Blank. That's John over there. And I hope that you have a lovely day. Any last words, John?
No, I think we've just about covered it. I think it's safe to say. I would agree with you on Zadira being the league stage MVP. We'll take a look at the stats in a minute, but we'll be coming back next week. This time around, it won't be Wednesday. It'll be Friday that you'll need to tune in because our finals will commence then. Make sure that you tune in because we will certainly be here on the 11th of October. We'll see you guys over there. See you then.